Right, guys, welcome to the Dr. Greg Show, November 10th, 2025. What a day. We have huge things that we have to talk about. One, we have 5 new states, 5 new bills that we are targeting in order to do our political actions. So if you would do an email or a phone call, come in, tell us. You can do your actions, add it to the tracker. We've already gotten 400 emails or phone calls in the last 2 weeks. It's been crazy. People have been really pushing it. It's been amazing. Bare Necessity is just doing an incredible job, guys. If you see her in chat, give her a shout out. We are mobilizing to stop 423 radical pro-virus, pro-disease, anti-health, anti-public health bills that are going through the states right now, and we are trying to stop them. The first one that we just added, we can talk about it here. The first one made all mRNA vaccines a bioweapon, which is insanity, considering that a lot of this technology is being used for gene therapies for cancer drugs. So the idea that people in Minnesota are not going to be able to use the latest technology for cancer drugs or for blood pressure medication, like we read about earlier this week, they're trying to ban it and try to call mRNA vaccines bioweapons. So that's crazy. West Virginia is another one where they're trying to prohibit public colleges and universities in the state from requiring vaccines upon admission. So this is another asinine bill that has to be stopped. Guys, if you go to action.drgregshow.com, they're all here. This is how you can get involved and start getting taking back some of these state houses. On top of that, we have, and in there, you have this, what we're staring at right now. You have the call and email templates, too. I have the swing voters for each of the bills. I have their emails. I have their phone numbers, easily clickable. So you just copy and paste the template in, and boom, you're sending those. Massachusetts is an act prohibiting COVID-19 mRNA vaccinations and gene-altering procedures. So a physician could literally be charged with a crime if they administer an mRNA vaccine. Again, insanity, guys. In Pennsylvania, this is an act that's actually labeling people that have been vaccinated and labeling their blood. So an idea of trying to actually separate out blood, specifically including COVID-19 and mRNA vaccines. And then the last one is one on New York. So New York is trying to pass a bill that make it illegal to require immunizations. So 5 states, 5 different states, 5 different bills that we are trying to target. We are up to 9 now. So yeah, Helen, it's a good question. I think, and this is the problem, that these people are sharing these bills and these ideas with each other, through like the Allied Legislative Exchange Committee. This is a Republican bill where they pass and share bills amongst each other, and there's just these conspiracy theories that they're pushing and they're honing on to. So it's very embarrassing for them, and the national media isn't covering it. That's the saddest part, is that there's only been a couple actual articles in regards to these MAHA bills going through, and they're attacking not vaccines, guys. They're attacking public health. So the idea that you can actually get vaccinated before going to college or use the latest and greatest technology, it's insane. So that's what we're doing, guys. That's what's going on. Get involved. Get doing some actions. try to change some, and we can actually have an impact, right? At the state level here, we can actually make a big impact. And we already have gotten a lot of responses already. So that's really good. And one of the bills that we were actually tracking has already died. There has been a dead bill already. So these things are going down, and we are watching that, and we are making that happen, and we are pushing that. We are getting involved. We are not helpless here. We don't have any learned helplessness here. We are involved. We are engaged. We are making a difference in ourselves and our communities, and making a difference for the better. All right. And John's back. You can add 2 to my vaccine. Emily, good job. Nice, Emily. All right, before we do that, John, just give me 1 second, dude. Emily, awesome. All Antifa super soldiers must get vaccinated. So I'm happy that you are complying with your regimented vaccinations. Emily, you're awesome. In 3, 2, 1. Yes. Make America vaccinated again, ladies and gentlemen. It's pretty cool. It's what all the kids are wearing nowadays. Yes, yes. All right. Exactly, Emily.
Hey, Katie.
What's up, John?
You pop up in my live.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man. What's up?
Well, I was thinking, what would you like to talk about tonight? You want to talk about jujitsu? I can talk to you about the vax. I'm actually you're an atheist, aren't you?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, you want to talk about that? I've actually talked to a few people about that on here. It's interesting, yeah.
Let's start with like the latest news, man. I guess the ways that I feel like the Democrats just absolutely stomped the Republicans and Trump in the lockdown thing. I was pretty sad and pathetic that the Republican Party was going and begging the Supreme Court so that they didn't actually have to pay out any SNAP benefits for people, 40 million Americans going starving, and Trump suing the government, making sure that that didn't happen. Pretty embarrassing, huh?
Well, look, this is all my personal opinion. So a lot of people on the left are mad at the Democrats.
Yeah, that's not here. That's not here. We're talking about what happened with the Republicans. So what? Can you talk about that? Can you talk about why the Republicans and Trump are specifically trying to sue in order to stop benefits going to the SNAP benefits? And they were actually on Sunday. He was actually looking into ways to undo state methods to alleviate some of that SNAP benefits. So some of the states were reaching out and giving out benefits to, giving out food pantries and stuff to American citizens, and Trump was looking in ways to undo that. So what do you think about that?
Look, we need to keep the safety net in place. I actually agree with you on that.
Nice. Cool, man. Nice.
Yeah. But what was the deal that was made? Like, because, what I thought I saw a lot of people on the left are really mad about them making a deal, but I don't know what the deal was. I haven't looked into the details. Do you know what it is?
It is what it is. I mean, a lot of people wanted they're worried about the omnibus bill that went through. That's going to increase the hi, nice, Brazil. I love it. I do Brazilian jiu-jitsu, so I love it. A lot of people are really worried about the omnibus bill and the impacts. So I think that they wanted things that weren't going to happen. Basically, they wanted the Democrats to be able to push legislation or get it signed that would have stopped the health insurance's costs of living from going up and the payments from going up. But I don't think that was ever going to actually be done. So they got a single bill through, or the promise of a bill to vote on it, which is going to need 60 votes. So it's going to be dead in the Senate. But I mean, again, Republicans are going to be voting for the cost of healthcare to go up specifically. So we're going to get in an election year, the Republicans in an election that's about affordability, they're going to be voting to raise healthcare costs specifically.
Well, so is the deal not done? I thought they made a deal. Is that
Well,
not
they
right?
did, but the part of the deal was a single bill to fund the Medicaid expansions, and that were undone because of the omnibus bill that Trump passed, which is the safety net that you were talking about that you supported. Those are the
Yeah.
Medicaid expansions.
Yeah. No, that I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, nice, dude. Well, I mean, nice, man. John, you're looks like you got some. I like it. I appreciate you being honest, bro. Genuinely.
Look, man, I don't know what I support President Trump. I don't know what he's doing with the tariffs. I don't really agree on that. I don't like the big beautiful bill. I don't like I don't in general, I don't like corporations. I actually despise corporations, to be honest with you.
Okay, that's really interesting. I mean, are you a capitalist?
I am a capitalist, but I would like to see more small businesses.
Oh, okay,
I'm
I respect that.
I'm against crony capitalism.
Okay, I mean, what would you do with I mean, this whole year has been, basically the S&P 493 has been down like 20 or 30%, and the S&P 7 with the Magnificent Seven are just congregating more and more wealth through their AI spending and stuff. It's been pretty awful. I feel like the entire economy is the foundation now is for the economy is AI.
Right. And that's why workers are not going to be AI is going to replace workers, right?
A lot of them, yeah, dude. I did
Yeah.
me and Sam Altman kind of agree. I think that there's going to be about 100 million people that are unemployed in the next like 10 years.
Yeah. No, that's right. AI is going fast, but
Yeah.
I just think that look, I mean, AI is kind of scary. I mean, it's
Yeah.
on one hand it's kind of cool, but on the other hand, we've been warned, right? The Terminator, like
Yeah.
so it's I don't know where all this is going. I it's it's kind of worrying, I think.
I mean, are you frustrated that the Republicans really have no answer to this at all, and they're not really preparing?
Well, I think that look, we've talked a few times, man, and I
Mhm.
just you're on the left, I'm on the right, but we can actually have a polite conversation, which I'm glad about,
Mhm.
and I just think that look, I've told you, I think the left is deranged.
I know, but like, let's talk about the Republicans because the Republicans are in power right now, and I feel like they're really not preparing anything. I mean, they're of all three branches of government. There's so many problems that exist. Like deporting people isn't going to help steady or ready us from the AI. You know what I mean? I feel like it's the only thing. They're just trying to get these political wins through these election year, ideas, and xenophobia, and and it's just like, what are they doing?
Look, man, I'm not. If people are here just to do roofing and landscaping, and
Mhm.
I'm not. I, I don't have a problem with them. I really don't.
I'm 3 for 3 with you right now. What are you doing? You're making it too easy, man. Well, I mean, I, but this is the whole idea with the Republicans right now, man. This is the idea of like what this is their whole mantra. I'm confused. Why do you like Trump then?
Well, I've well, C19. I want détente with Russia. I support Israel. I've talked to you about postmodernism in the Frankfurt School
Yeah.
and Hollywood and MTV making the left crazy. And I know it's ironic. I support Israel.
No, it's not. It's okay. I I don't get the. I mean, bro, I think that you are like you're just getting like fed a lot of stuff through the AI, um, through the AI algorithms and stuff, and then you're getting this distorted view of like what the like Democrats really largely are.
I was a Democrat 20 years ago. I voted for Kerry.
Okay, all right.
But look, to me, the President Biden had been a moderate Democrat his whole career, right? But his
Yeah.
presidency was woke
No, it wasn't.
because there is a zero tolerance policy on the far left. If I don't believe race and gender are social constructs, and I know you do, right?
Yeah, yeah, they are.
Yeah, you do. Okay. So basically speaking, I'm not saying this is you, but on the far left, people like me, just center right, because I don't believe race and gender are social constructs, the far left considers me a Yahtzee. Right?
No, no.
No?
That's specifically because of like white Christian nationalism and this whole one drop rule that people have where they want like Fuentes is a great example. I mean, do you like Fuentes?
No.
Okay, so yeah, so I mean I mean this is this is the big debate in right wing politics right now is how much do we accept white Christian nationalism into their fold and like Fuentes, like, bro, he's as far into that, that stuff as you could possibly be. He doesn't think that the Holocaust was real. He doesn't think, he thinks that, Jewish people run the world. Like, it's crazy. He's like definitely anti-Semitic, definitely, and he's for a white Christian nation. Like that's specifically what he wants. I mean, they were bringing back like just tons of straight up like white Christian nationalism stuff. I mean, don't you think that that is like very similar to like a race purity ethno state? That's exactly what they're
Yeah,
calling for.
I look, I actually think I think Jordan Peterson and Charlie Kirk are great men. And what Jordan Peterson talked about was with the loss of Christianity. Nietzsche talked about this about 150 years, okay? The
Hmm.
loss of Christianity leads to a dark place. It leads to a sociopathic nihilism.
But Democrats are the Christians now, dude. The Democrats are trying to feed the poor. They're trying to take in people that are. Thank you, Amby. I appreciate you. People that like like Democrats are trying to look after the give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. Idea of like what the actual juxtaposition of the founding of the country was. Like that's the whole idea.
What I think has filled the void of the loss of Christianity is CRT and queer theory, and this is the religion of the left. Do you
It's
think I'm
not though.
wrong?
It's not though, dude. You don't.
No.
No, man. No, I think that again, this is something that you like you're getting indoctrinated with, bro. Like in with your algorithms and stuff like that. And it's just it's not true, man. Like the idea that okay. Do you do you agree that slavery is bad?
Yes.
Okay. So the the white supremacy element of slavery is going to make a hold inside of our government, right? It's going to mirror some of that power structure within our government. Would you agree with that?
All kinds of other cultures, not just white
Yeah,
people, have engaged in slavery, right?
absolutely. No, absolutely,
Okay.
and I agree. And but okay, we're talking about the United States though. Like
Okay.
not just slavery, but the idea that white people are dominant over black people, and that is going to have an effect on other politics, not just specifically slavery. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so dude, that is critical race theory. That is literally what it is. Studying how the how racism will actually be mirrored and be like installed into the politics of our society. That is what critical race theory is. It's a college level political science theory that people like talk about, and how, the culture will reflect within the government. That's something that legitimately that's good to study.
Look, I support Larry Elder, Candace Owens, and Harris
But dude,
Partner.
but you just
They're
you just you
very
just agreed with me
intelligent.
that critical race theory is exists, and like there it is worthy of being studied. And but you thought
Look,
that was why the left is deranged.
I think that the villainization of whiteness is the opiate of the left. That's what I think.
You think that, I'm
And
sorry,
look,
the something about whiteness is the what?
the villainization of whiteness is the opiate of the left.
I think that there are people that are like that, but it's such but you know what, dude? I think that they're valid to have those concerns, right? They're valid in their opinion. I don't agree with them, but you know what? I can't blame them. I can't blame them for their opinion, like
Look,
for what they have. It's not the mainstay or the main, idea within the Democratic Party.
the summer of 2020,
It's
the
so long
Gaza
ago.
protests,
Oh,
the
come on,
ICE
man.
protests, bringing so many people from the third world into Western civilization, it's all the same
That's
thing.
that's
The
literally what Jesus
villainization
did, dude.
of whiteness.
Jesus was an immigrant,
uh,
and we as Democrats are trying to help these people come into a country that they want to be in, and they want to, give their lives productively to live inside. I think that's a gorgeous thing.
I've told you this before. There is toxic empathy and a pathological altruism.
Do you think that Jesus had toxic empathy?
Yes, yes, I do. Yes, here's why. Okay, look,
What? So
I'm an
then
ally.
why would you worship a guy that has toxic empathy?
I'm not a Christian. I'm an ally of Christianity because Christians have made me a better man. Okay.
What would you okay, I'm sorry. I guess I assumed. My apologies. I guess what kind of, are you religious?
Yes.
What would you are you okay, so what would be, do you name your religious, like what
Yeah.
your affiliation? What are you?
Yeah. Yes. I believe in a spirit world. I believe in a Gnosticism, a Manichaeanism. But I'm an
Okay.
ally of Christianity.
So it's
I
like
think that
non-denominational, re- is that what you're saying? Like non-denominational Christianity or non.
my father was raised a Southern Baptist, but he rejected it. And but he's probably more of an atheist or an agnostic. I believe in a spirit world. I believe in an afterlife. Okay, I'm an ally of Christianity. Christians have made me a better man. I was educated by Jesuits in college. Okay,
Okay.
and I was trained by Christian ninjas. My martial arts organization is Christian.
I mean,
Right?
bro, I mean, I'm a Christian atheist, so I'm with you, dude. I mean, I don't, I think I understand kind of like what you're putting down, but at the same time, I definitely think that the Democratic Party right now is more Christian than the Republicans are, and our Jesuit, I education.
Do you know why I believe in a spirit world? I'll tell you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Do you know who Michael Aquino, Aleister Crowley, Anton LaVey, Helena Blavatsky, Albert Pike? Do you know who these people are?
I have no idea. No,
Okay, so Aleister Crowley, you don't know who that is?
no.
Okay, so he was born in 1875 in Britain, right? He's an occultist. He was a black magician. He's not black, he's white, but he was into black magic. Okay?
Okay.
And dude, I believe black magic works. I believe in a spirit world. They are Luciferian. Okay? So if Lucifer exists, then I believe God exists and I want to be with God who is good.
Okay.
Okay, and you're in California, right?
Yeah.
There is all kinds of occult symbolism in Hollywood. What's with all this one eye shit, man? Why are all these celebrities covering their one eye? All these music stars, these pop
dude.
stars, these rock stars. Why are they covering their one eye? Why are they doing it?
Is there anything that the Democrats could say or do to make you vote for them again?
Okay, forget Democrats, man. I voted for Al Gore and I voted for John Kerry. Okay, forget Democrats. I want to talk to you about occultism and Christianity. You're an atheist, and I'm just trying to tell you that there is an afterlife and there's a spirit world. That's all I'm trying to convince you of.
Okay, where's the evidence for this then?
Okay, so in Hollywood, there's a lot of one eye symbolism, right?
Okay. I'll give you all the symbolism. Let's say they're all in on this, the cult, the Illuminati exists, all that kind of, I'll give you all of that. Let's
the Illuminati does exist, and also in California's Bohemian Grove. You want to talk about that?
Okay, okay. So then how does that stuff existing and them having a secret society or whatever could like go and lead into there's definitely an afterlife? Like how do you have evidence of that?
Because do you think black magic works?
No, I don't believe in a spirit world or anything supernatural.
So okay, so when we reach the end, what you believe is it's just darkness, it's just a lack of consciousness. Is that what happened?
Yeah, dude, it's the same way that before you were born, you weren't existing.
Right. Okay. Look, you're like my father, man. That's what he thinks. I just disagree.
Okay. Where's your evidence?
Well, I can talk to you about Michael Aquino. Do you know who Michael Aquino is?
I know, but like I don't know who these people are. But what was the evidence or anything? I'm not just gonna believe a single person on what he says. I want you to tell me what he said or what you said. Thank you, MB, for all the stuff. I appreciate you.
Michael Aquino founded the Temple of Set in 1975. Do you know what the Temple of Set is?
No.
The Eye of Set. This is Egyptian myth. This is Egyptian religion, right?
Is that what the eye is on our money?
Yes, the dollar bill. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's the Eye of Set. Yeah. Right. Michael Aquino. He actually passed on in 2019. All right. But he
just before COVID. Dun dun dun.
He was a former Green Beret. He was connected to military intelligence. He was an expert in psychological warfare. Okay.
Of course. And
are you familiar with EMF frequencies?
Electromagnetic frequencies. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. Right. Yes. This is asymmetrical warfare. Look, this is why I wear a tinfoil hat, man.
You don't actually.
Yes, I do. At night, I do. I'll put it on if you want.
What? Put on your camera and show me your tinfoil hat right now. There's no way that.
I will if you like me to.
Yeah, I have to. Yeah, since you said that, I have to ask you to do it.
Hang on, I'll do it. Just a minute. Just a minute. It'll just take me a second. Oh, well, probably about 45 seconds.
Well, I don't. Guys, action.drgregshow.com. Get your actions in. Hit the heart too if you can, guys. Hit the heart so we can get the stuff on. Thank you, Tyler. Get your actions in. We got 5 new states, guys. 5 new states added to the action tracker. We're talking about one of them is actually trying to ban and label mRNA vaccines as bioweapons. So we got to do something against that, guys. Legitimately. That's in Minnesota. The latest and greatest in vaccines. Okay. John's putting on his camera. He's showing us his actual tinfoil hat. Oh my gosh. John. Oh, John. Oh, John. Oh, John. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why, dude? Why? Oh, you muted yourself. 1 second. 1 second. You muted yourself. I can't hear you. There you go. There you go. What's up, dude?
Well, I'll tell you why I do that if you want. If you wrap your cell phone in tinfoil and try and call it, it won't ring. Try it right now.
Okay. All right. And you're
because the aluminum blocks the EMF frequencies. Yeah, so if you think of your brain like the cell phone, okay, EMF frequencies. This is what I'm trying to tell you about Aquino. Okay, this is asymmetrical warfare. This is people can be driven crazy by way of EMF frequencies, and this is actually projected on a mass scale by 5G technology.
Yeah, I guess
and I know you just think I'm crazy.
No,
okay.
I'm confused. Why are you using a cell phone to talk to me right now then? Like what are you risking?
I'm on a tablet.
Well, it's using the same like Wi-Fi technology and stuff. I mean, like why are you trying to like risk your life right now for this live and TikTok?
Look, my whole purpose in life is to fight evil. I don't think you're evil.
Okay.
I think that, but you're not evil. I'm not talking about you. I'm trying to fight the good fight.
Okay.
I'm trying to intellectually counter the left. That's all I'm doing.
Okay. Yeah, Ross,
Yeah.
he's not trolling, dude. John comes on like every other day.
Serious.
Like he's all constantly on here. There's no way that he's not trolling.
No, I'm not trolling. No.
Yeah. Okay. I think yeah, man, that's a tough one. It's a tough one. I don't think that the electromagnetic frequencies that are the size of radio waves, they're like the size of like mountains, dude. They're so big, they're not gonna like mess with your brain. You know what I mean? They're so big that they don't actually like the resonant frequency like doesn't actually intercalate into your body. So you like literally have radio frequencies constantly going through you right now, even if you don't have your aluminum foil hat on.
Have you ever heard of HAARP?
HAARP? No.
In Alaska? No. Well, this is weather modification. That's also EMF too. Just look it up. HAARP. Look it up.
HAARP. Okay.
Yeah, HAARP. Yeah. Weather modification. Just look it up.
The high frequency active auroral research program cannot and does not modify weather.
There you
Claims. But that proves your point? What do you mean?
Well, I was just telling you, this is another aspect of EMF.
Yeah, but like EMF, dude, is going to be a lot bigger. Here, well, Debate Doc wants to come in. What's up, Debate Doc? How's it going, man?
Doing well. How are you?
Good.
Hey, John. My name's Jordan / Debate Doc. I'm an MD. I just wanted to, and Dr. Greg touched on it, just now as well. But, electromagnetic waves have different, frequencies and amplitudes, right? And as you move, let's say to the right on the, electromagnetic spectrum, the amplitudes get larger, the frequencies get smaller, right? So let's say you're in visible light, you go from, red to infrared, and then I think you go from infrared to microwave to, radio waves, right? And these get progressively larger and larger. And when they get really large, they no longer really interact with, physical objects, save, antennas and, dishes and things like that. And so that's why, you can be inside your house and use a cell phone, or you can be in a different room and still get Wi-Fi. It's because these are radio waves. They're really big. And so they just kind of pass fairly cleanly through most physical objects like your body. They don't interact with you at all. When you move in the opposite direction, you get to kind of violet, and then you get to ultraviolet, and then X-rays, and then gamma rays. These are a much higher frequency and they're smaller amplitude. And because they're smaller amplitude, they can do things like, interact with your cells. They're on kind of the same size level in terms of their amplitude as, like the cells in your body.
Yeah.
And so they have trouble passing through your cells, and because of that, they interact with them. And that's why ultraviolet radiation, X-rays, gamma radiation, those are all like dangerous and carcinogenic, right? Because they can interact with your cells, they can interact with your DNA, they can cause damage to your DNA, right? So that's why we're concerned about X-ray exposure or gamma radiation exposure, definitely, and even UV exposure, right?
Yeah.
That's why those are all a concern. And, we wear things like sunscreen. If you're going to be getting X-rays, you want to limit your exposure. You want to, wear lead over the areas that you don't want to, get exposed.
Yeah.
You don't want to get exposed to gamma radiation at all whatsoever, right? Because they're all small amplitude and they can interact with your body and with your cells and then with your DNA. But when you're on the other side of the spectrum, these things are massive, and so they don't interact with your body at all. They just pass right through you.
Yeah.
And the only thing that they really do interact with, is like metal sometimes. And that's how we get things like, antennae, or there was that one really famous, like radio station transmitter that, transmitted the signal so strongly that people would pick it up on their like barbed wire fences and stuff like that. Right. But those are all radio waves. They can travel very, very long distances, very far distances. They don't really interact with anything but metal, particularly, when it's shaped like an antenna to pick, like specifically to pick up these radio waves. And so they can't really do anything to your body. They're way too big. They can't, get into a cell, penetrate the cell, interact with the DNA in any way that's going to, harm you in any way, shape, or form. And even if you're not like using a cell phone, there's 5G passing through you all the time. These cell towers are still transmitting signals to other people's phones.
They're massive.
Other people's Wi-Fi is broadcasting all the time. Radio stations are constantly broadcasting, AM and FM radio. People can pick up TV signals with bunny ears, right? Those TV signals, those radio waves are constantly, passing through the air, right? And if all of these radio waves, again, and 5G, Wi-Fi, these are all types of radio waves, if they were all interacting with your body, right, all the time, you'd be constantly bombarded with this, radio wave electromagnetic radiation. And if it were dangerous, you'd be toast. You'd be fried.
Yeah, see
right?
see how the wavelength size on this one, it was reversed on the other one. So on the gamma wavelengths are super small on the left-hand side here, and then really big on the right-hand side. So that means that the ultraviolet ones are, that wavelength is literally the size of a molecule, which makes sense, right? Because then that's how it intercalates and messes up with the nucleotides in your body, which is how your skin actually has the DNA change with the sunburn. That's what a sunburn is the ultraviolet wavelength will actually change your DNA sequence enough that your body doesn't recognize that DNA anymore, and it'll slough it off, so it'll reject those skin cells. So that's what a sunburn is. But it's only because ultraviolet wavelengths are the size of molecules, man. Once you get to radio wavelengths on the right hand side, we're talking about the size of like buildings. So it can't interact with your body.
Okay, so wait, so I'm talking to an MD here, is that right?
Debate Doc is an
Yep.
MD, yeah.
Yeah, what's your specialty?
Going into orthopedics.
Okay, look, I'm not a doctor. I'm not giving you medical advice. You know, doctors made me so much worse in my life.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, psychiatry
Okay.
made me a lot worse, you know, and I never got the C-19 vax either, despite the totalitarianism of the left in 2021. You know, but you know, I just think that I like to think of myself as an autodidactic shaman. I've tried to find alternative treatments, and I've just done so much better than doctors. And there certainly is a need for emergency care, but as far as chronic conditions, I mean, I think medications have a lot of side effects, don't they?
They can. With any medication, it's always a risk-benefit analysis. It's, you know, does the benefit of the medication, or the potential benefit of the medication outweigh the potential side effects? I take some medications. I experience no side effects from them, and plenty of, you know, positive benefits. But yeah, meds can have side effects. But, you know, when they're prescribed, you know, you would hope, and the vast majority of the time it's true, that, you know, the benefit that you receive from the medication, you know, is like outweighs whatever side effect you may experience.
Well, it made me 1,000 times worse. It ruined my 20s.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry that you had to go through that.
Well, you know, here's the thing, right? So like SSRIs, sometimes in a certain percentage of people, very small, it can cause a manic psychosis, right?
Yep, it can.
Yeah, right. Okay, so do you want to know what the answer to that was? With the doc, well, that's mood stabilizers and antipsychotics, right? But you know what that did? It made me gain 90 pounds.
Yep.
Oh.
So SSRIs are definitely known to cause weight gain. Anything serotonergic tends to cause weight gain.
Well, it was more the antipsychotics and the stabilizers that caused the weight gain, more than the SSRIs.
Oh yeah, no. Certain atypical antipsychotics, the penes like olanzapine, stuff like that,
Right.
are well known for causing weight gain.
Zyprexa, Seroquel, yeah.
Yeah, circles, quetiapine.
And you know, the doctors told me I had to be on it the rest of my life, but I actually quit it 17 years ago because I do herbs, I do vitamins, I do amino acids, I do aromatherapy. I'm into alternative medicine.
Okay, that's
awesome. So I'm just so much better. I'm just saying, you know, it's kind of for doctors, it's a business, isn't it? And I understand. Look, medical school is expensive.
No, not really.
That's not where they're getting paid, man. They're not getting paid through the medical schools.
Well, no, like you don't really, like, it's illegal to get kickbacks from you know, drug companies and drug reps. So no, it's not a business in that sense. Like, you're not getting paid to prescribe these medications.
And dude, do you know the profit margins on the alternative medicine side is so much higher, man? People are paying like $100 a month for like green tea or rosemary tea extracts. You know, I mean, that's like 1,000% markups, man. It's wild.
And also, I'd like to point out that you know, SSRIs can precipitate manic episodes. They only precipitate manic episodes in those with pre-existing bipolar disorder.
Right.
So if you don't have bipolar disorder, then the SSRIs won't trigger a manic episode. So it sounds like, you know, and I'm not diagnosing you, but it sounds like perhaps you do have bipolar disorder. It triggered mania.
Oh yeah,
and that's why you got put on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
That's good. I mean, yeah, man. I mean, I've had my struggles with mental health too in my life, and so I mean, therapy has helped me. You know, like I know, just like maybe not having a psychiatry and therapist is kind of like two different things, right? But you know, just talking to someone and able to talk through what's going on. That isn't a friend or a family member is always something that's really refreshing because you don't have to worry about judgment. You know, I feel like I'm more honest with my therapist than other people because I don't. You know, I can tell them how I really feel, and they've honestly been able to give like a really good different angle that I haven't thought of before, and it's really helped me. Just even a couple sessions.
Well, I actually do about look. Therapy is pretty much worthless for me, but I take about 6 or 7 different herbs and vitamins every day for the last 17 years, and this is how I treat myself.
Okay.
I mean, like honestly, I'm glad it's been working for you.
Mm-hmm.
So you said you were kind of going through all this stuff in your 20s. May I ask how old you are now?
Uh, I'm actually 46 now.
Okay. So, it's been about 20 years. Yeah, you said about 17 years. I will tell you that, like, the medications that they use to treat, bipolar disorder have come a really long way since that time. There are a lot of newer mood stabilizers, antipsychotic medications that have much, much, much more favorable side effect profiles than, the stuff they had 20 years ago. If what you've been using has been working for you, more power to you. But like medicine is always progressing, and if you had a negative experience with some medications a long time ago, um, you know they have much better ones now. If that's ever something, and it sounds like you're not willing to try anything like that.
No,
But
never.
if ever you were,
No.
They've got much better drugs now.
Is there anything that you could that would make you rethink of like trying back and going to a psychiatrist or something?
Psychiatrists ruined my fucking 20s, man. It ruined it. It just, but I got better, man. I went to ninja school. I got into martial arts, and I do all these everything I ingest is organic, non-GMO. Everything.
I mean,
All these herbs.
It's not, dude, but it's okay. I mean, you're back. It's there. Genetically modified organisms are in everything nowadays, man. Like you can't get away from it. Like even the xanthan gum or the corn products are all like from that. And as Amanda points out, yeah, I mean, they're even breeding is genetically modified organisms technically. So like all the things that you are coming from are genetically modified organisms, and maybe in a lot of the supplement industry is from bacteria that have had that gene inserted into its its cell in order to make a ton of that protein, and then they purify that protein out and then they sell it to you. So it's from a genetically modified organism specifically.
Yeah, man. I have a very deep skepticism of medicine, of government. And look, we were talking about, EMF frequencies, and do you all know the band Rage Against the Machine?
Oh yeah,
Good band, right?
amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So, have you ever heard this song? This was on their first album. I'll use TikTok speak here. It was called "Be in the Head."
Mm-hmm.
Bullet. Can I say
Yeah,
that? I
yeah.
don't want to get your lines.
Yeah.
Do you know that song? You know what that
Yeah.
is?
In your effing head. Yeah, I remember that song.
So what does he say? What is the opening line of that? When the Set commands you, right? Set, that's the temple of Set. That's Michael Aquino.
Okay.
Cellular phones sound in a D tone. They load the clip in Omnicolor.
Mm-hmm.
They load the clip in Omnicolor. They fire the line in prime time. This is Michael Aquino. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is what I'm trying to tell you about an occult influence on our society.
Do you think that Zach? Wait. Do you think that Zach was a member of the occult, or was he speaking out against it?
No,
okay. So he was exposing it.
Right.
Okay, gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm just telling you. Like, if I would recommend you look into Michael Aquino, look into Aleister Crowley, look into Albert Pike. He wrote Morals and Dogma. Look into Helena Blavatsky. She was more of a mystic. I don't really think of her as Luciferian. Looking into Anton LaVey.
Okay.
I think I remember a Behind the Bastards episode on Helena Blavatsky.
So you know who that is? Okay.
Vaguely.
No way.
I don't know if you are pro
Zach
or
was your
anti.
childhood bully? Are you serious?
No, but I don't think of Helena Blavatsky as evil.
John, I'm
She was
so
more of just a
curious.
mystic.
I'm so curious to how. I mean, you're very in tuned with, ulterior groups that are trying to influence the world and try to have like an undue influence, I would say. So I'm like curious how you feel with like Epstein and Trump and all that kind of stuff. I mean, what are your thoughts there?
Okay, so Jeffrey E. This has to do with MKUltra.
Okay.
This is part. Are you familiar with MKUltra?
Yeah.
That was from like the Vietnam War era. That's like
Yeah.
No. Well. So okay. So it's intelligence mind control programs, right?
Yeah. They did experiments through LSD, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Among other things, but yes, yeah. So, the objectives of MKUltra, and look, there was actually somewhat of a need for this because what the top military brass believed at the time was that a Soviet agent could be sitting in the audience, like during a speech of President Eisenhower, and they could read his mind. Right.
Yeah.
So that's why they thought they had to dive into this stuff. Right. In 1947, it started. It was known as Project Bluebird. In 1952, it became Project Artichoke. In 1953, it became MKUltra, and there was also other projects like MK Dolphin, but it was mind control programs to try and control every aspect of human behavior, right? So that was the idea of this, okay? And what they were trying to find was a Manchurian candidate, okay, to be able to for agents to not be able to be interrogated, right? But also a part of it was the compromising, the blackmail of politicians, right, and businessmen and other powerful people. What they essentially did is they wanted to have leverage. If there's a deep state, they wanted to have leverage over politicians in terms of blackmail, right? So this is what Jeffrey E. is.
So
It's the
how? So then is Trump in there to how? Like how does Trump get involved? Like, so I understand. Okay, if that's your case for Jeffrey E., then how is Trump involved?
Well, what happens sometimes is actually politicians would be drugged without their knowledge, and they would look. This is very dark. They would videotape them with doing bad things to children.
But dude, there's like video of Trump very much awake and like very sober, talking about how he's like Jeffrey's best friend and how they like party together and how like there's tons of videos and stuff of them together, man. And he's not just like passed out. I understand what you're talking about, like blackmail, but it doesn't seem like what happened.
Plenty of pictures of them at social events.
Yeah, he called him his best friend.
I don't think President Trump would have done that, something like that. I don't believe he would be involved in something like that. But these types of things, this isn't just the U.S. that does this. This is governments all over the world. This is what this is a way to have leverage. This goes on in China, in Russia.
Yeah, but like, dude, I mean, we're talking like,
UK,
I mean, they have the signed. They have the signed like letter that he sent like him for a birthday. Like there's tons of like video, man. Like he's on the flight logs, like he's in the black book, like he's, it's.
What do you think he did?
I think he was going over to the island, man.
I don't think he didn't ever go to the island.
Yeah, he did. They had he was on the plane. They shared a private charter plane. he was, yeah, I mean, and Elon, there was actually a leak this like a couple months ago that like Elon was there on the island too, that he actually did a meet and greet on the island. They showed the agenda. It was like, meet Elon Musk, which when he was, before Tesla, he was still like the PayPal boy. But I mean, yeah.
I think President Trump severed ties with Epstein like 20 something years ago, right?
No.
There was a well-documented spat between Trump and Epstein because Epstein poached an underage masseuse from Mar-a-lago, and like Trump was very angry at and he talked publicly about this, and he was very angry
a
at
couple
Epstein
months ago. He
was poaching his underage masseuse.
Yeah, exactly. Which basically admits that he was aware that someone was being trafficked and from his place, and he was actually kind of angry about it. He didn't go to the cops, and he still didn't investigate it. He was just saying that he was mad that they were like poaching girls from his place.
Also evidence that he was employing an underage masseuse prior to said poaching.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't believe President Trump would ever do anything to an underage girl. I don't think he would do that.
What inspires so much confidence in you?
Yeah.
I guess maybe I just hope. I just don't think he'd do it. He just his wife is beautiful. He's had all kinds of beautiful women his whole life. I just don't.
Is there any evidence that you would change your mind on?
I just don't think President Trump would do that. I could be wrong, okay?
I can think of very few people who seem like they would be more likely to do something like that.
Honestly, that's a really good way to put it.
Isn't it Democrats too? Isn't it
yeah, but fuck them. I don't care. Like, put them in jail then. I don't care.
Yeah.
If anyone was
really
approached, I don't care. Like, if they're actually connected to it, and it's actually like, they're doing that stuff, then it's like wrong. I don't agree with it, and they should be in jail.
That's evil.
Yeah, they want to lock up like Clinton. That's everyone's favorite, kind of whataboutism. They want to lock up Clinton and throw away the key. Great, that's fine. But Trump has publicly boasted about, like being very forward and sort of imposing himself on women, right? That was the whole, Billy Bush bus thing, right? Just kind of going and imposing himself and imposing his will on women, right? Like these sorts of things, it's not about like, the availability of quote unquote beautiful woman. It's, a desire for power and control over someone who you exert more control over and power over than someone who's underage, right? But he's got a long history of publicly boasting about imposing himself on women, going into the changing rooms of his Miss Teen USA pageants, right, when underage girls were changing because he could, because he owned the place, because he was quote unquote inspecting, right?
Just bragging about it.
Bragging, like exerting his power over these girls. He's bragged about it. And you can discount, all of these accusations. You can say that, every single one of these literal dozens of women are lying. Who knows why? But, I don't know anybody who has had more accusations of sexual misconduct than Trump, right? Like you can think of somebody like Kevin Spacey, right? Like a couple people accused him of sexual impropriety. Like dude's blacklisted from Hollywood. We haven't, heard much of a peep. I mean, he's making a little bit of a comeback, but we haven't heard like much of a peep from him for like a decade, right? And what, like 20 something, 30, women have accused Trump of sexual impropriety and sexual misconduct. Some of, whom were underage at the time of said sexual misconduct. I mean, I think that the chances of every single one of them being a liar going through the arduousness of, a court case, litigation, discovery. I don't think that, a lot of them, I don't think, have really been settled or anything. It's not like they're, making, tons of money off these. I think a lot of them, didn't necessarily make its way, like make their way through, like the court or the settlement system. So it's just women, speaking out about what's happened to them for, doesn't seem like any real material gain. Like,
John,
who seems
there's so much smoke here, dude. There's so much smoke, and it's like, and there's so like very little evidence linking together, the effects and harms of 5G on your brain, and yet you go to sleep with an aluminum hat. But then there's all this smoke that's happening with Trump over here with Epstein, and it's just like, how can that not trigger your skepticism or your curiosity? That's what I'm curious about. I don't understand it. There's so much more stuff going on. I mean, it's almost limitless.
Well, this is what I've known about these things for several years, and this is what I'm trying to tell you about MKUltra. This was one of the primary objectives of it. This is horrifying to me that our government would do these types of things.
The MKUltra,
I couldn't believe it for.
But dude, that's like 50 years ago. What about the stuff that it's doing right now, man?
But Epstein would be a continuation of MKUltra. This is what they do. This is the way that
bro. There's like the alligator Alcatraz. There's like 300 people that are like missing, that are just like gone. They don't know where they went. Like, they are going through, like, with tanks, like through like American cities, and like arresting people, citizens, not illegal people, like, or citizens, and doing like awful stuff like right now. I don't understand the lack of skepticism of what's happening right now in regards to that. Or do you just feel like the ends justify the means kind of thing?
Yes, I think the Democrats have fucked up this country so bad. The right has to get tough. There needs to be some degree of authoritarianism to counteract the left, because the left is fucking crazy, man.
What? So then,
I need to mention something. Like, as far as the Trump thing goes, MKUltra, right? Many of these, accusations, and a lot of the documented things that Trump, or at much of the documentation, I guess in your mind, purported documentation of, Trump's impropriety and crimes and stuff like that, a ton of that stuff predated, his kind of appearance on the political stage. What motivation would these, deep state governmental entities have to mess with him and try to compromise him before he ever entered politics? Right? They're just like going and screwing with random private citizens.
If Trump was in the Epstein files doing something nefarious, why wouldn't Biden have released it a few years back?
They charged him. They did charge him. That was why he got arrested.
No, I'm just saying that, why didn't Biden release the Epstein files?
Because they were part of an ongoing case against Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah.
Nah, come on, man.
No, the appeals from the Maxwell case.
Man.
The appeals from the Maxwell case concluded, like, I think immediately prior to Trump taking office, or maybe right after Trump taking office.
Like, maybe Biden didn't really want to politicize this thing and really put a heavy hand on it and make it, this huge thing, and just wanted it to play out like it normally would, as opposed to the heavy hand that Trump has on his the Justice Department, right?
Well, or Democrats were in the files too, right?
Okay, let's just say they were. Let's say that Biden was somehow in the files as well.
Oh, I don't think
Great.
Biden was, but no, I don't think Biden was specifically, but I think other
Okay.
Democrats were.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
I don't care. Like, release him now.
Yeah, release him. I agree
But
with
John,
you.
how would you would actually think that there wouldn't be any doctoring of the files? Like I think now it's kind of like pretty obvious that with the pardons that they're going to give Maxwell and everyone, that I would be very skeptical of everything. And it seems like they're just going to have all these Democrats that are, named in these things, and Trump is going to be scot-free of it. You wouldn't be skeptical of that?
Look, I don't think President Trump would do something like that to. I just don't think he would.
You don't think that he
There
would be
have been
heavy-handed?
reports of-
Maybe I'm wrong, but
There have been reports of the FBI being ordered to comb through all of the files and remove Trump's name, actually.
what do you think he did?
I don't know, bro. We release it, but I don't think, who knows?
I think that there is like photographic evidence of him with like
Yeah.
half-naked underage girls like
Yeah.
on his lap,
Mm-hmm.
and like a weird like stain on his pants. I think there are actual photographs of him with like half-naked underage girls. I think it's pretty clear what he did.
I just don't I don't understand this. I'm just attracted to women who are like, 25, even 30 or older. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't. But there are a lot of people who are into this, and I don't understand it.
I mean,
But I don't think
don't understand it.
I just don't think President Trump would do that. But maybe I'm wrong. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I hope not.
Okay. It's just interesting to me. I mean, what do you? Last thing. I'm just curious about your idea with your any thoughts on the shooting at the Trump rally and like his ear, how his ear is like perfectly like healed now. I'm just curious. Like, do you think that was there's anything going on there?
What do you think? Are you trying to say it was staged? Is that it?
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that it wasn't like it didn't just like the bullet didn't go through his ear. You know what I mean? Like he's miraculously healed cartilage for the first time in human history.
I think he's got to be. He has like great karma. He's like charmed or something. That was amazing that he was able to be okay from that. It was just it was like a miracle. So that was
okay. And do you think like in this like the Charlie Kirk shooting, is there anything there that you think was like nefarious there?
I think what happened to Charlie Kirk was an absolute tragedy, and that he's a good man and his beautiful wife. And look, Dr. Greg, I don't know how you feel about this. I have talked to so many people on TikTok. I debate a lot of people. There are so many people on the left who are celebrating what happened to Charlie Kirk and who are mocking his beautiful wife. And I think that is so sick, and it makes me so fucking mad.
I mean, dude, democracy is my fundamental like political viewpoint, right? So I think that we have to be able to have disagreements without resorting to political violence like that. I mean, I agree with you, but at the same time, I'm just there's just a lot of conspiracies going around, I guess. So I guess I'm just asking.
Look, to me, the official story makes sense. I think that the left has been calling people like me and like Charlie on the right Yahtzees for about 10 years, and I think the official story makes sense. Who do you think did it? Do you think it's something else than the official story? I think it's
the Groypers, yeah.
Okay, so you don't think the guy was on the left who did that?
I think it was the Groypers that did it. It was like they had a Groyper War that was happening, the second Groyper War. I mean, but dude, what do you think about the leaked texts though? There are like high officials in the Republican Party that are literally calling themselves Yahtzees in these things, and they were talking about like making awful jokes, about stuff that were, obviously they're joking about, like gas chambers and stuff like that. Is atrocious, man.
Yeah, the young Republicans, quote unquote young. I mean, even though some of them are
Yeah.
like in their 40s, but the quote unquote young
Yeah,
Republicans.
yeah, exactly. It's
Like
you're
like
a youthful 40.
like the horrendous text, the staffer of some
I mean, they're kind of joking about it, man.
congressperson
They're not
who
like
had
really, they're not
an
really
American
running
flag
from
with the
it.
swastika embedded in it.
Yeah.
I just think that the alleged assassin was radicalized by the left. You all don't think that's right?
No. I mean, maybe,
You don't
possibly,
believe the
possibly, but I don't think so. Not this time.
well, he had a trans boyfriend, right, or girlfriend, I guess, right?
I
No, yeah,
No,
no.
there's no evidence of that.
They like knew someone. They knew each other. He was like I thought he wasn't he in
Might
a
have been
trade school? Like he was like in a
It was
trade
like
school or something.
I think his roommate may have been trans or something like that.
Yeah.
But there's no evidence that they were in a relationship.
I thought it was his boyfriend. No.
But I mean, John, if you were in a group chat and all these people are making these awful jokes, these like Yahtzee, not just like joking about like, oh, aren't we just a bunch of Yahtzees, but like joking about gas chambers or joking about stuff like that. I mean, how would you react? What would you do?
I don't know, man. I just thought the official story makes sense to me. That's
Well, I'm talking about
we're
these
talking
are
about two different things
Republican.
now. We're talking about
Yeah, these are Republican staffers and stuff. I mean, this is I'm responding to your claim that the reason why this has happened and why you feel like you're persecuted is because the left has called you and people like you Yahtzees for the longest time. But now, I mean, these text messages are coming out being like these guys are making they're acting like Yahtzees. It's not just like jokes,
How do you feel? Look, and Dr. Greg, this is not a judgment, okay? How do you feel about what happened to Charlie? I think it's tragic. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I mean, I again, dude, I am politically putting myself out there on the internet, with hosting a show every day, and my full name is out there, and I've had people, come after me, QAnon people come after me, targeted email campaigns and all that kind of stuff, and try to get me kicked out of grad school. And so it's like I've been personally attacked for viewpoints that I've espoused online. Never any physical altercation like that. So like obviously I wouldn't want people to come into my life and physically harass me. I would advise not to, because it's not going to go well for them, But I'm just saying, like I can't. That obviously it's a bad thing. Right?
Okay, I'm very upset about what happened to Charlie, and I think his beautiful wife Erica, I feel so sad for her. How do you feel about her? I mean, how do you feel about it? Do you think it's a tragedy like I do, or are you look, I've talked to people on here all the time, they fucking laugh about it. I think that's so sick, and it's do you feel that way? Do you? I don't.
I mean, yeah, dude. I mean, yeah. I think it's weird.
Do you think it's sad?
Dude, yeah, of course. I don't think that people should be murdered for their political viewpoints. Dude,
Okay.
my bedrock is my ideal is democracy. I want more democracy at the workplace, at our local communities, at a national level. I want democracy, more and more democracy. So part of that is engaging with people that disagree with you. So every single political disagreement turning into something like that would be awful. I mean, I do think that he espoused some absolutely atrocious stuff, and it is very ironic that he literally talked about how like, hey, sometimes like groups full of kids need to die in order to have a Second Amendment, which is like, I mean, that is pretty wild. He's kind of like live by the sword, die by the sword at the same point. That is kind of it's ironic, but I don't think it's good.
And Doc, how do you feel about Charlie Kirk?
I feel very similarly. I don't condone. Not a fan of political violence. I think the ability to have political discourse is really important. But You know, I guess I'd say like I don't mourn him. You know, I don't. You know,
Yeah.
I mean,
like I don't support what happened, but at the same time, like I think that he was a very hateful individual. So,
but John, I mean, you realize that not a single elected Democrat ever supported or celebrated what happened, the shooting, and like dozens, including the president of the United States and the vice president, said that like civil war is on, and civil war is the epitome of political violence. So like you know, it feels like on the left, like we are against political violence. This is not a good idea. But then on the right, we have calls for a civil war. We have calls for political violence, which, by the way, is what the immigration, the ICE raids are. That is the definition of political violence. Them going into communities, arresting people, putting violence, putting you know, physical, you know, violence on them, like, you know, roughing them up, arresting them for no reason, which is unconstitutional, by the way. I mean, that is the definition of political violence. So on the right, it feels like there is nothing but calls for political violence and actual political violence.
Well, so is it? My understanding is about 20. JD Vance said that 26% of young people on the political left think that political violence is justified. It's much lower on the right. It's about 8%. Right?
I mean,
am I wrong on that?
but dude, I mean, look, okay, I don't know what survey he's talking about, but what dude, like, look at the elected Democrats that talked about like this being a good thing when he was shot versus the amount of people that called for civil war on the right, and it was like dozens, including the president of the United States, bro.
Look, man, I'll just be honest with you. And I'll probably get a little emotional here. This was like literally about 2 months ago to the day, right? We're a few minutes past it, but I was sitting where I am now, okay? And in the period of about 2 hours, here's what I saw. I actually saw the video of what happened to Charlie, okay? I wish I wouldn't have seen it, but I did, okay?
Yeah.
And then a little bit after that, maybe an hour after that, I saw him holding the hand of his young daughter, walking with her. And then a short time after that, maybe another hour or so, I saw all these people on the left celebrating and laughing what happened to him. And it just makes me so upset.
But dude,
Okay?
you realize that like
think
on
he's a good
Fox
man.
News, but on Fox News, bro, within 30 minutes, they were calling it an extreme left terrorist that killed him when they didn't know anything
true.
about, but they didn't know anything at that time. They literally didn't know anything about them, and they were stoking political violence to be enacted onto the left because of that. Like they
Look,
had no facts of the matter to say who the shooter was, what political ideology they were. Within 30 minutes on Fox News, they were saying that this is the targeted left, and we have to do something about that.
look, that same night, I saw people saying that Israel was behind it, which makes absolutely no sense. Charlie was such an ally of Israel. This makes no sense. This is delusional.
it's just
I think the
anti-Semitism.
official story
Yeah.
is right. I think the alleged shooter is who did it, and maybe that's what I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like one thing I would kind of question you about as far as, you know, political violence goes. If you think of, let's take, because you know you seem to believe that the individual who unalived Charlie Kirk, you know, was on the left. So let's take Charlie Kirk out of the equation. All of the other political violence that has happened in recent memory, who has perpetrated that and what have their political leanings been?
So you're trying to say the right does more political violence? Is that true?
The right almost exclusively does
It
political
does.
violence.
It does. But there's several studies that the FBI have done over the last like 20 years, and they've shown that, yeah, the right does have more political violence than the left. Yeah.
Yeah, the right almost
I
exclusively
mean,
perpetrates
they
it.
joke
Okay,
about it, dude. Like, remember, like even on
they don't
January 6th.
factor in like the summer of 2020.
No, they do, and the whole point. I mean, even after January 6th, right? The whole joke was like, it wasn't actually the right because we would actually have brought guns. I mean, they're literally joking that like we do so much political violence that we have guns and we do it all the time. Like that was the whole point.
And I mean, even
Look,
if you factor in the summer of 2020, right? Like you can, I mean, that wasn't really like a political thing. That was more of a social justice thing, right? But even if you want to factor that in,
okay.
that was almost exclusively property damage, right? When we talk about like actual politically motivated, like expressly political, crimes, it's it's all right wing.
All right. Hey, Doc.
Yeah.
Were you for the lockdowns in 2020 and 2021?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Were you for the protests in the summer of 2020?
Yeah.
Were you for the protests in the summer of 2020?
Yes.
So
Yeah,
you're for lockdowns and you're for protesting?
Well, they weren't lockdowns. They weren't. They were just like a suggested stay
They were
home.
partial lockdowns, right?
No, I mean, and it's outside. I mean, honestly, community spread of a pandemic, it's probably not the best thing to do, but a lot of people were masking, so yeah, I mean, I agree that if we're talking about like best case scenario, I wouldn't say that it was the best thing, but at the same time, man, I mean, I think that it's okay. I support
I
it.
find it hypocritical if you're for protesting, but you're also for lockdowns. I find
Okay.
that hypocritical.
Okay, that's fine.
But you see, here's the thing, right? The villainization of whiteness is the opiate of the left. So
Well,
George
that was
Floyd.
quite the pivot, my man.
No, it's no pivot. It's all the same thing. Okay.
Here's the stats, by the way. If you were just to go through, here's the this is the terrorist attacks and plots in the United States by perpetrator orientation, 94 to 2005, 25. So the right is on with the red bars, and then blues with the small blue. So you're going through. It definitely is.
And the weird blip in 2025, most of that was, again, property damage to like Tesla dealerships.
Yeah.
I mean, it was almost exclusively property damage to Tesla dealerships.
This is the Center for Strategic and International Studies. That's what he did this.
Look, all I'm trying to tell you is, if you're for lockdowns, why would you be for protesting? Because
two different problems.
Certainly, looting is an indoor activity, isn't it? And the beaches were closed, weren't they?
I mean, I think that closing down beaches was kind of ludicrous. I think that was, maybe taken a little too far.
But John, do you think that do you think that there were laws against the lockdowns that kept people in their homes?
Well, in Minnesota, there was a curfew. There was a snitch line for people who were violating lockdowns, right?
So
according jackass motherfucker Tim Waltz. Yeah.
Okay, so then
I hate Gavin Newsom too, man.
Okay, so then would you have supported then the Biden calling in the National Guard to enforce those lockdowns and have tanks rolling down these cities in order to arrest people that were illegally outside during the lockdowns?
I just wanted voluntary lockdowns. That's all.
No, but I want voluntary immigration as well. But we have those people in here, and they're jailing citizens, because there was some illegal people. Then, would you? I'm just asking if you would support the same thing in regards to, because in the pandemic we actually lost 1.2 million people actually did die. Versus now immigration is not killing anyone. Right? Nobody is dying because of immigrants, and yet here we have tanks in the streets because of it. So, if you're looking at loss of life, to actually use the National Guard, to use the tanks, that would be the time. I mean, would you have supported that?
Look, I think that early treatment was available. I can tell you how I treated COVID. So many more people would have been unalived if early treatment was used. That this was an absolute disgrace by the medical profession. You want to know what they said to do? They said, come back when you can't breathe. It's a fucking disgrace, man. there were all kinds of early treatments with generic drugs. Look, I'm into herbs and stuff, so I can tell you how I treated it, but the doctors could have treated C19 much better. Or no, doc?
Given the information and the supplies that we had at the time, I think as far as medical professionals went, no, I think that they were dealing with a very, very difficult situation, and a lot of them, literally put their lives on the line. There were a lot of medical professionals who, passed away trying to treat C19 patients. I think that was deeply tragic.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you want me to tell you how I treated it? I'll tell you.
No, not
Sure.
really. I'm not really interested.
We
Want
get
me
it.
to tell you
We've done it.
You want me to tell you? I can tell you with prescriptions or with like herbs, like I do. I can tell you.
It's okay. We understand. We understand for it. But thank you, John. You've been on it for an hour and a half. Dude, I don't want you to.
You all have a good night. Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Thank you, John, for coming in. You're always really thank you for your honest answers, bro. For genuinely, thank you for always being civil and down and answering the questions truthfully, man. Thank you. I appreciate you.
You all have a good night. Okay. You take care.
See you, man.
You too.
All right, Debate Doc. Thanks, bro. Thanks for coming on. I always appreciate you coming up.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me up.
All right. Thanks, man. See you.
See ya.
All right, guys. Thank you, John, for coming up. John's always in the chat, guys. Archer, man, pneumonia vaccine. Let's go. Let's go, guys. 1064, guys. In 3, 2, 1. Yes. Darcher Dan, good job, man. 1064, guys. Amazing. Oh, we missed one share? Oh, no. Hey, I got my second hat beat. Maria, let's go. Let's give it up for Maria, guys. 1065. 3, 2, 1. Nice, good job. BC Gen X. Gen X is real, guys. Gen X is real. They are here. 3, 2, 1. Nice. Oh my gosh. Jason, let's go. Got my influenza and first shingles round today. Good job, Jason. Man, lucky. I want that shingles vaccine, dude. 3, 2, 1. Nice. Man, what a good round of vaccines right there. Oh man, we were at, I didn't even recognize, we were at 1067. Is that did he, never mind. Sorry. I'm sorry. I gotta clip that for the kids. I know, dude. It's a parent's joke now, and that's why it's dead. That's why it's all dead. That's why it's never gonna. The kids hate it now. All right, guys. All right. Well, we have tons of updates. If you don't know, Marsha, I got my second shingles shot, and my family of 7 all flu and COVID. Oh my gosh, you're incredible. So it's 15. Wait, Marsha, that's 15 vaccines? Oh my gosh. That's 1084. Wow, Marsha, you are a good mom. I just want to let you know, you are a great mom. 3, 2, whoops. Oh, sorry. No, sorry. You're not crashing out, Marsha. You're incredible. In 3, 2, 1, Marsha, you're killer. Good job, Marsha. That's amazing, dude. That's incredible. I love getting my kids all vaccinated together too. It's really fun. They jazz each other up. They get pumped up. They go in, and we're gonna make America vaccinated one kid at a time, guys. Boom. Yeah, James. Not only does COVID vaccine help you with long COVID, It helps you stave off cancer, guys. It has anti-cancer benefits too. It's incredible. If you like the t-shirt, the Make America Vaccinated Again shirts just dropped in my TikTok shop. Yes, yes, I'm just a Bill. Yes, we have my TikTok shop, we have a bunch of MAVA merch, dude. Boom, boom. Long COVID is toxic effects. No, it's not. No, Trailblazer, that's not right at all. That doesn't make any sense. No, that's not definitely true. There is no such thing as turbo cancer. That is fake. Nope. No, it's not. So, all right, guys. If you haven't checked out the Action Center, we have 5 new states. 5 new states that we are unlike all these anti-vaxxers in chat, guys, we are a political movement that actually does things, right? We actually create movement, and we better our communities and ourselves and our families by getting vaccinated and by getting involved with politics. We aren't just bystanders like a lot of these Maha people. So we are actually trying to fight viruses, not spread them. I know this is a crazy thing. We're actually trying to prevent diseases, not spread them. I know. Slow down. I know this is a really shocking concept to some people, but we actually don't want diseases to spread. We want to save the 4 million kids per year that are saved every year because of vaccines. So that's what we do. Marcia, you're incredible. You're such a good parent. And by the way, if you are not vaccinating your children like Marcia is doing, you are a bad parent. Straight up, you are a bad parent if you are not vaccinating your children and you have the means to do so. If you are choosing to create harm for your child and put them in undue harm, you are a bad parent. So just letting you know. Yeah, you can. Yeah, the pharma that paid. You know who. Big Pharma loves your cash. You know whose cash I love? Fired my doc. I love your mom's cash in my pockets every night as she pays me to satisfy her like your dad never could. So thank you. Give her a text if you could for me. And I've left a hoodie over there. So if you could, yeah, it's my favorite hoodie. I forgot it. So. And if she could do on her casserole, if she could do the onion crisps next time, I love that. It really pairs so well. She knows how I like it, so so she knows. Mava hoodies are in the TikTok shop, guys. Oh yeah. You already did that one. Big Farm of Toady, you already did that one. You're repeating, you're looping, bro. You're looping. I have a son and 2 grandsons on the spectrum. I don't think vaccines caused it. No, it's just genetic, Seashell. Don't worry about it. The vaccines are safe and effective, and they're not tied to any type of autism. So don't worry about that. HC Cali coming in.
Hey, good morning.
Hi. Oh, Morticia. More colors in black. Okay, we'll do. It's hard because we're doing the Mava merch is like red, white, and blue because we're all like a bunch of patriots. So, but I get you. I'll add some more black merch. How's it going, HC Cali?
It's good. I'm trying to stop being lazy. I'm watching out of my bedroom window.
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching a flock of like several hundred birds. I think they're confused. They don't know where south is. Because they keep flying northwest, and then all like several hundreds turn around and fly east, and then they go northwest. So I'm like fascinated by this, and I'm being lazy.
They probably, they're probably vaccinated, so they got their magnetic poles all wrong. That's like that they don't know where to go.
It's the metals.
Yeah, exactly.
So I went on last night and all day yesterday because I wrote an article yesterday for that professor who does the Trump Action Tracker, and it got me thinking about like what we can really do politically.
Just real quick. James B. So if we don't know what causes autism, how can we say that? So we can look and it's just basically, I mean, science, you can take away different variables, and basically all countries have similar rates of autism that have the same level of diagnoses and healthcare and that kind of thing. And then you can test and see different variables. So like for this one, like this is a big one that it was in Denmark, 25-year study, 1.2 million kids, and they checked for neurodivergence that was somehow linked to childhood vaccinations, and there's been no studies that's corroborated for it. So that's the actual science. That's the science of it. Sorry, H. Kelly. So how we can be politically active?
Yes, so I was thinking yesterday, while I was writing that article, like, I've said a million times that midterms is our last chance, right? Before democracy is just done.
True.
And with the, oh my God, I'm sorry, my dog loves that ball more than life. I moved it from the U.S. to here, and sometimes I'm like, why? Because he loves it so much. 9 years of this ball.
Aw.
So so with the 8 senators who caved, and I was actually kind of thinking maybe this could work to get rid of RFK also.
Mm-hmm.
I have an idea that I think I'm going to try to develop and get people involved on it. So the 8 who caved 2 nights ago, they're not up for re-election in 2026. I know Jolly posted that they've been against it the whole time, and it wasn't actually like Schumer's direction and all that, but I don't think that matters. I don't care. The point is they caved, and they're 8 wasted seats, but they're either not resigning or not retiring or not up for re-election until 2028. I don't think that we have time on our side, except for the one thing with the holidays coming up. That's the only thing time-wise that's on our side. Otherwise, time's not on our side. I think in addition to harassing the hell out of those 8 to force them to resign early, if they're in blue states with blue governors, because then it would be a blue governor filling that seat with an interim person until a special election is held next year. Not only do we harass the hell out of them, but we also go after the 2026ers, even if they're our favorites, like even if they're the Jasmine Crockett's and favorite senators and stuff, and harass them and threaten them with getting primaried next year if they don't help us harass the 2028 people into resigning now, like immediate. And then also look at the donors, because like when we do boycotts, it's always like this general no end in sight. And I don't really think that companies take them that seriously, because they're not truly incentivized to change anything, because we're basically not taking any hostages and giving demands, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's time to take a hostage and come with demands.
Theoretically.
So I kind of think that we should go...
Theoretically.
Theoretically, yes, theoretically.
No.
Figuratively.
Yes.
And so, like, yes, like, boycott the donors, but have it be a very specific demand of, we will not be purchasing one product from you until you also help us make them resign now.
Mm-hmm.
And when you've done that, and when you've pressured them to resign now, we will continue buying from you until we have another demand to make of you. And then and I think that would be a more direct reason for a boycott, and also by being willing to sacrifice a good congressperson if they don't help us get rid of the problem children. Then, if the enemy of my enemy is my friend, then the friend of my enemy is my enemy.
Yes.
So if the good congresspeople who are up for re-election in 2026 won't help us with fixing that problem of the 8 who caved, then, we've got to kind of be willing to pull the bottom card that's holding the house of cards up. but at least we're taking more control of it. And so I was thinking maybe we can also do this for the RFKs and the Dr. Oz's of the world, and just start being willing to sacrifice the good representatives if they don't actually help us fix this.
What was your goal in the shutdown? What would have been your idea to like that'd be successful? I guess that's my big question.
I think what would have been defined as success in the shutdown, obviously people not having SNAP and everybody being out of work and the airplanes bumping into themselves in the sky and stuff. None of this is good, but we hadn't hit that coefficient of negative return yet, right? We were actually still getting political gain from the shutdown. And I think MAGA and Republicans were finally starting to see that Democrats aren't the bad ones. Now we've just given them every reason to continue to scoff at us, because even the ones who were hurting from it are now going to have the impression that like Democrats don't actually have the backbone to help anybody. Because if the shutdown would have continued, we would have for once taken a stand and refused to bail the Republicans out of the messes that they create. And we would have made them sit in it. And even the people who were receiving SNAP and everything weren't ready. They were still ready to continue fighting and suffering, like
Okay,
they acknowledged
I think
that. Go ahead.
I do think that there is a lot of wins here that people aren't like recognizing. I do think that it made the Republicans and Trump like he literally went to the Supreme Court to say that he deserved the right and demanded to not pay SNAP benefits. Like that's a thing in an affordability election year that is a huge win for us. And then on Sunday he was literally going to states and trying to undo the ability and the ways that the states were trying to supplement SNAP benefits. So I mean he's trying to undo benefits. He's trying to sue the government to stop the blockades that the judges were trying to force them to do. I think that the ACA and those those points are valid, but the problem is that ACA was kind of toast, and those Medicaid benefits were toast when during 2024 when they got elected. And when that bill passed, I mean, you're not going to have them redo their signature bill. And by the way, it was all done by budget reconciliation anyway. So you can't they're not going to repass, through budget reconciliation, the ACA, the Medicaid expansion, because that's $400 billion without any offset. So there's no way to get that through budget reconciliation anyway. It would have to be offset by some huge tax increase or something, and that's not going to happen. So I feel like the Democrats now have a vote, and Republicans are going to be taking a vote in the next 2 months or whatever on a clean bill where they're going to literally be voting on decreasing the cost of healthcare for the entire country, and they're going to have to vote no on it, and it's going to look really bad for them.
Mike Johnson said yesterday that he's not going to be taking a vote. He's not going to be bringing it to a vote.
I think
So
I mean that's definitely a possibility, and honestly, the majority leader in the Senate has the ability to say no, or you could have any of the Republicans stymie the bill and not bring it to a vote. But I think that again, it's optics in a year that seems to be about affordability. Like it seems like there is every point that the Democrats have to say that we fought at least to make affordability happen, and they can say that they legitimately wanted the budget, they wanted the shutdown to end because they wanted to give SNAP benefits for 40 million Americans, while Trump was literally suing the government to stop that from happening. I feel
I
like,
know. What I see happening is MAGA's going to have, Republicans and MAGA are going to have a very short memory on that. And they're going to get sold some propaganda and disinformation that didn't happen. What you saw happen didn't happen.
Agreed.
And when we put the articles in front of them, that's not true, even though we're going to put the articles, just like we do now. Like we put stuff in front of them, they're like, nuh-uh. And it doesn't, it's almost like beating your head into a wall to try to turn them onto our side, because I think that just like they don't actually start turning on Trump until it affects them, I don't think they're going to embrace liberal policy and democratic policy until they feel it. They don't turn on Republican policy till they feel it, or they just blame it on Democrats. So I don't think that until they've had the opportunity to experience the good things that come with Democratic policy, that we'll get them on our side either.
Well, I mean, they're definitely going to feel their Medicaid or their healthcare insurance going up. And that's kind of the problem with the Democrats that I see, is that they spend so much of their political capital trying to stymie people from feeling what it's like to actually live under a Republican. So it's like, in a way, if they had spent all their political capital, like in order to undo these ACA cuts, and then, none of the healthcare premiums would have, I don't know. It does suck. Like, I think that obviously politics should always be focused on material conditions, improving and how we can actually improve the lives of people. But the fact is that under Republicans, it doesn't. It gets worse for Republicans, under Republicans. And, the whole idea was this cost of living thing. That's what Trump got elected for in 2024. And now they're just thing after thing. Grocery prices haven't gone down. They've gone up considerably. Healthcare is about to go up. It just gives more fuel to the fire, I feel like.
Yeah. I hope that it works out that way. I hope that what happens isn't going to be, my healthcare went up because the Democrats caved on a promise. Instead of waiting to actually have a vote, they caved on a promise. And what I'm hoping that the Republicans don't come back and even blame their increased healthcare on us for caving, instead of blaming it on the people who won't negotiate.
I feel like there is the Democrats are actually working for the working class and the middle class. The Democrats are working for those people in order to make those people's lives better. That was the whole idea. So I mean, and you'll have nothing but capitulation with the billionaires on the Republican side, and that is what their whole bill was. They put $400 billion from Medicaid directly into the hands of Elon Musk and Bezos and Zuckerberg. So, I think that the argument that the Democrats have is a strong one.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. I obviously on Tuesday, like I had stayed up all night watching the elections, on
nice.
Tuesday last week. It was funny because for the presidential elections, I was in Arles, France for work, and I stayed up all night watching the elections and just wanted to cry all the next day, and had to host a bunch of Texans the next day, and that was rough. Because they were all obviously very celebratory, and I was not. And for this election, I was here and watching it the whole time, like, yay, just a year later. But just like I actually was starting to feel hope, and I knew that midterms were still an uphill battle, because they're openly trying to rig it. But at least had hope. And then when the 8 caved, it was deflating. And I guess the way I want to deal, maybe I've been in Italy for too long if I'm thinking Machiavellian lines, but
I think that is the natural first inclination, but But I mean, think about MAGA, right? MAGA is looking at Tuesday, and they're not seeing it as, oh my gosh, it's an indictment on Trump. I can't believe that we're going to lose the midterms. They're thinking, oh my gosh, they're taking the one sliver of thing that they could use in order to energize their movement, and they're saying, oh my gosh, they're trying to bring the United States into a socialist government, and now we're gonna have to do everything that we can in order to stop them. So I think that, like, it's not delusional, it's not like copium, it's leadership, it's the ability to look through, like, how this is the scenario that we have. How are we going to win in the next election? And if you think about it, like in a sports team, a coach or something isn't, in the huddle where they have 2 minutes to go, and they're, they're trying to go up a play. The coach isn't going like, come on guys, we can do this. Or, or they're talking and lambasting, how'd you do that? I can't believe that you're, what'd you do giving up that foul? The coach is saying, okay, we're down 7. This is what we need to do. This play, this play, this play, this play. It's all about making that forward progress. And I think that we lack that in the Democratic Party. We lack that kind of like leadership, and that coach that can just be like, hey, let's take the best parts of what happened. Let's go forward. Let's energize. Let's get involved. Don't have learned hopelessness. That is the most toxic thing I think that the Democrats really stew in, is this idea that, like, if everything doesn't go 100% right, we're toast. And there's so much of this on Reddit. It was insane. Like, people were already saying that the 2026 midterms are gone, like that it's all over. Like, you're like, dude, they haven't even begun. We haven't even begun like doing the primaries, and we're already toast. Like come on guys, like come on, stop, like don't, let's get going. Let's do some actions, get involved more. Don't spiral.
You know what? That's actually a really, when you're don't have learned hopelessness. That was actually a really helpful thing to say.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. That's a good way to put it. So I appreciate that. Yeah, it's weird because I like I took control of my own feeling safe and removed myself from the country.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
I
exactly.
still feel very lucky that these things don't put me into fight or flight anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But I find myself having shifted to a very protective of my people mode, whereas before I would just be in such fight or flight and so angry I was coming out of my skin and couldn't get out of the country fast enough. And now I just want to now I just want to subvert the whole MAGA process.
Yeah.
Any way I can.
Hey, yeah, I totally get that. I thank you for still staying with us. Yeah.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Yeah.
I'll still be voting from here, just without having to experience the effects of votes that I didn't cast.
Very nice. You're paying that tax still. That's nice. You're not renouncing your U.S. citizenship.
I'm filing the tax, but I won't have to pay the tax.
Gotcha. Nice.
Because we have the no double taxation treaties with almost every country.
Ah, perfect.
Yeah, so you still have to file, but whatever you pay in your residence country offsets what you would pay in the U.S., which is usually a wash.
Nice.
Yeah, so
very nice. Good.
Yeah,
good.
they're not getting my sales tax, and they're not getting my income tax.
Good. Nice. I'm happy about that. That's good. So
Yeah, me
you're
too. Thanks.
Still, that's amazing. Then I mean, I'm happy that you're settling down. You're saying you were walking like 10 miles a day now with your doggo and having fun.
Yeah, we hit about 13 miles because the Piazza Duomo in Milan, which is like the main piazza with the big beautiful cathedral you always see,
Nice.
is a little bit over 3 miles south of my apartment. So that's his morning and evening walk.
Wow.
And so just between those two walks, that knocks out about 6 miles round trip each. And then I do about a mile's worth of just ancillary on my own running errands, walking. But he used to get, like, we used to start with a standard 5 mile walk in the mornings, but it would typically go to like 7 and a lot of times 10. And then one Saturday a month, we would do a 20 miler.
Wow. Oh my
but now
gosh.
since we're doing, Yeah, he's almost 9. He'll be 9 in February. So this dog is over 60 in people years, and I hope the gods above bless me with his stamina and energy at 60, because even on the 20-mile days, like if I lifted the leash later to put it in the leash box, he'd be like, "Are we going again?" I'd be like, "No, you psycho!" Like,
Dang! Wow! Dang!
so
That's
he's
really
and
cool.
he's a good walking companion, except that the little dogs in Milan are psychos. And they all try to start fights with him, and I'm like, he's a 95-pound German Shepherd. What are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah, that's
but
cool. Oh, well, I'm happy for
yeah,
you. Happy that you're having a good time and settling in and having fun
yeah.
walking around. That's cool.
I have one more month. I leave a month from today to drive down to southern Italy, and then we hop on a ferry to go over to Albania, and I'll be in Tirana, Albania for however long.
Okay,
Um,
cool.
yeah. So,
Oh, cool.
but anyway, um, thank you for talking off my angry ledge.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like it's I can understand why people are frustrated, and I get it, and I think that there's just I still focus in so much on like what people actually did, focus in on the positives of like Tuesday's election. It still hasn't been a week, guys. So we gotta hold on to that pole of hope, but not just hope, right? Because I feel like hope is a prison sometimes, and it's not just hope. It's actions. It's like you can stay mad, and anger is very invigorating, right? So getting involved and pushing harder, and use and I was saying on Tuesday, like this is a good feeling, and let's keep this feeling, but let's not stymie actions and think that it's already won. Like use this as an invigorating thing to understand like what your local races are, city council, your state Congress and your state Senate, your House of Representatives, who's going there, who are the filed candidates. Learn that stuff, and maybe involve yourself if you can. Start volunteering if you can. On Tuesday actually was I got really inspired because of Mamdani and got I'm starting to apply. I'm going to do the San Diego Climate Action Board, or there's another one through California's board, some commissions that I was going to apply for. So get involved, like the commissions, the non there's no elections for them. You just kind of apply to do it. So that's another way to get involved.
Yeah, I think having some sort of involvement where you feel like you're at least doing something and have some element of control instead of just being a passive
Exactly.
recipient of the effects
Yeah.
is really helpful. There's obviously nothing I could do that much from here. That's why I'm helping with that Trump action tracker and stuff, because I don't really know what else I could do remotely. But I definitely, for everybody who's still back home, like, find whatever organizations you can. And
Yeah.
I know when we talked about with these actions, like I need to send some emails today, and get caught up on those from the Dr. Greg actions.
Mm-hmm.
But what are some of the anti-vax, because you had mentioned like getting into those anti-vax groups and kind of
Yeah.
like poke around and find out, or do you have names of some of them?
Yeah, so I had identified some of them. It's in the Discord on, let's see. I don't know. Let's see. Disable. One second. Let me see if I can. Let's see. I'm trying to find your Discord name.
I think I'm at Hillary in there, HILLARY.
Okay, there you are. There you are. Yeah, I made there's a couple of big ones. Maha Action, Maha Freedom Defense Fund, Weston A. Price Foundation, Maha Institute, Stand for Health Freedom. Those. I was trying. Yeah, we got to figure out how we can maybe like see what they're up to and try to see if there's any public things that they've done. Oh man, they have. I just put up Maha Action, and they have a Maha Wins thing. Oh my gosh, that's so frustrating. Well, here we go. Maha on the road. New state policies. Oh man. Oh, this is. I mean, there you go. This is actually them bragging about their. So of the bills that they're introducing. So that's a good like thing that we can watch.
I see. Okay, I see your message here on Discord now.
Okay, sick. Yeah, that's like the main ones. I don't know. Those are maybe these are larger donor networks, and they don't have like that much participatory things. I don't know. That's the kind of the. I don't really know yet. It's kind of a new. This is honestly this is the part that I've spent the least amount of time on. I've been doing a lot of stuff with the tracker and the policy and stuff, but
I'll spend some time poking around on those and figure out who they are and what can be done and whatnot.
Okay, yeah. Okay, this one, Health and Freedom Defense Fund has a health. Become a member, but it's a one-time $10 purchase. Let's see. Weston A. Price Foundation. Some of these are like just organizations that have been. I didn't even know about them. You know what I mean? And then now they're like taking in like $5 million a year and pushing all this nonsense. It's like, who are they?
Where's that $5 million coming from?
Yeah, exactly. A lot of it is because they sue these pharmaceutical companies, and then they get a referral fee, or they get a percentage of the settlement, which is what RFK does. That's how he gets paid millions of dollars a year. He takes in, as HHS secretary, he's getting paid by the lawsuits against pharmaceutical companies. If that's not corruption,
which
I have
also
no
then
idea.
in turn takes money away from the pharmaceuticals to be able to put into research and everything, like.
True. Yep. Become a member. Why we joined. Weston A. Price. Okay, quarterly members only Zoom meetings. Interesting.
So they'll probably have a meeting next month if it's quarterly.
Yeah, this is Weston A. This is Weston A. Price. I don't know how you join now. Membership card. Man, they're constantly. Oh my gosh, this is super expensive. $40 a year. Wow.
Your membership contributions help fund many projects such as our Wise Predictions podcast series and quarterly journal.
Man, that is so crazy.
I'll bet you that's a delightful podcast.
Yeah, exactly. Maha Institute. Let's see. We're just doing this live, guys. Sorry, I'm trying to. We spend time politically organizing here too. This is what we do. It's just not a subscription. Again, okay, that's an email letter. The Maha Institute guys. Yeah, so many of them are just like a blank thing. I'd be down. I wonder if we could email them and see and like use my credentials or something to see if we could get in on like as an expert or something,
Oh, yeah.
So I could say that I'm like a PhD microbiologist interested in their legislation or something, which is true.
Well, they probably don't do that much
due diligence.
To actually vet people.
Yeah, I wonder exactly.
So I don't think they'd find out like what your real goal is.
Yeah. Here we go. Stand for medical freedom. Join us. If you are any of the following, Stand for Health Freedom is the place for you to make your voice heard. if you are any of the following, see guys, they are a giant coalition, and they're saying if you are even slightly aligned with us, join us. Pro health, pro First Amendment rights, pro science, pro debate, pro freedom of speech, pro bodily sovereignty, pro conscious decision making, pro informed consent, pro parental rights. I mean, how could you be against that? It's like what? How they couch their stuff is just, oh, it's so frustrating.
It's gross.
It is. It's
Manipulative.
So, yeah, and it makes us look like, well, we're against health, so we're against making America healthy again. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, because it's the if this then that. If you're
Mm-hmm.
and so if you're not this, then you must be that.
I've thought about, and in this is another thing. If you're in the Discord, guys, media to share. That is the channel. If you scroll down under the political action category, we did a bunch of made AI like pro virus content. So if you're not aware, these are actually kind of funny.
Yeah, those are really funny.
Yeah, the idea being that these guys aren't just like they're not anti-vaccine, they're actually pro-virus. They actually want the virus to win. So I wanted to like make like little videos to show.
We have done it. This historic bill ensures that vaccines are no longer mandatory in our state.
Yes. More hosts for
Oh
me.
my god, that's fantastic.
So
I love that.
And then this is a scientist fighting a virus. This is like pro, public health fighting back. So
Did AI do these?
Yeah, oh yeah. I'm using my my 3 credits a day on this stuff.
Great.
So this is all. So these are all on the Discord, guys. You can use this. Like, don't. Oh, this is a good one. This is the say yes.
Say yes to viruses. Protect your right to infect. Join the germ revolution.
So you can share any of these guys. Don't share them all. Share them wide.
I mean, yeah, we may as well make fun of them and have fun with it.
Yeah. This one's sick. I love this one. I love the. Yeah, this one was like pro, like because and all the Maha stuff. They have a lot of infographics and a lot of like easily shareable things. So they call them memes or infographics, whatever you want to call them. And so the idea is to make it easy and like one pagers that you can give to someone. So that's what I was trying to make, and I do think that I want something a little bit more data. There are a couple of them that I want to be a little bit like figure out. Basically, the question is, where do you push? And there was a new study that came out talking about and analyzing anti-vax. The Discord's in my link tree in my bio. And they were talking about how it's really it's a confidence thing in order to go up against the COVID mandate. So that's the freedom, liberty kind of thing where they feel like it's anti-authoritarian and they identify that way. So you can see the public freedom and the health, liberty kind of thing. And you don't sway those people with facts and efficacy and data and all that kind of stuff. They don't care about that because it's like more of a it's more of a like patriotic selfishness kind of thing. So
yeah, it's like an intrinsic ideology.
Mm-hmm. So the idea was with that paper, and they talked about it, and they analyzed these people through the surveys and stuff like that, and they thought that the conclusion was that there was basically a way to counter that with saying how people that take vaccines are winners. they've won against diseases, they've won against viruses, they've won. The companies that made these are the winners of the world. Like of all the companies that are making them, they are the ones that are capable of doing that technology. So that was kind of like how we're trying to shepherd in this kind of like framing and this political frame. So basically, this paper is from the media to share. It's called here. I'll read it real quick. This is the symbolic show of strength idea. We report 3 studies linking what we term a show of strength to. Here we go. This is the abstract. To some, measures to curb COVID-19 were reasonable and prudent. To others, they were unacceptable signs of losing a more symbolic battle. We propose that such a symbolic thinking is key to how people perceive reality. So, and then they talked about at the conclusion here, rather than focusing on vaccine effectiveness for vaccine rates, for example, communications could emphasize how vaccine makers won a symbolic battle over other companies and nations. So that's why, a lot of these are kind of like ideas that we had on some of these, like, so Americans triumph, leap forward, progress, American progress. That's where we came up with this idea, right? The do yourself a favor. We won the American, the Sam, and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, we're trying to frame it and try to understand, like trying to create this viral idea and trying to push it. We'll see. We're doing it all live and all here, guys. That's what we're doing. So, anyway.
Well, I'll go ahead and drop. Thank you for
Okay.
thank you for reminding me not to voluntarily abdicate hope, but also not get trapped in it.
There you go.
Yeah,
There you
I
go.
appreciate it.
Well, thanks to
I'll
HC
be
Callie.
listening while I walk my dog.
Okay, have a good one. See you. Have a good day.
Thanks,
Bye.
you too. Bye.
All right, guys, real quick. I see you, Mr. Canada. 1 second. We just want to do shout outs real quick. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. Thank you to the last super fan, F-On. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Guys, thank you to all of the gifters, the top gifters of the night. Allie, Cher, Helen, Maria, M, Tyler, Nicole, and all the likers. Thank you so much. It was 100, 1,000. It really helps get the stream out there. Cher, NB, Lori, Helen, Nicole again, Tess, and Emily, our Antifa super soldier. Also, thank you so much to the Patreons, Mrs. Dr. G, Ado, and Call Me Ness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And guys, this week, the Mavid Nurch has dropped. Make America Vaccinated again. We have, Make America Vaccinated shirts, and also a T-shirt with this, the other MAVA logo. So, boom. Check it out. Check it out, guys, on my TikTok shop. Yeah, guys, it's cool. Oh, thank you, HC Callie. Appreciate you. Also, thank you. Guys, check out the action.drgregshow.com. We are not a passive community. We will not stir in hopelessness. We will fight back the 423 bills. Okay, thank you, Tyler. Appreciate you. 423 Maha bills that are coming. And guess what? It's 422 because one of them is already done, guys. We have already squelched. We have fought back against one of them already. Already they are dropping, and we will keep fighting. So that's what we do. That's what we do. That's what we do. We keep fighting. All right. Can't take what? Because I'm blue. You're okay. Water fighting. Water. All right, guys. yeah, guys, if you want to join the political organizing, how we are getting involved, we do a lot of the political organizing live here. You know, we'll talk about it. We'll workshop ideas with chat. Also, the Discord has a lot of the information. That's where kind of like the repository of everything is saved, where we talk about more detailed stuff. So that's a good way to get involved. And also, if you have your political actions and you do your emails, you do a phone call, check them out. Come Political Actions, 400 guys, 400. It's in like 2 weeks too. It's been amazing. So a lot of emails. We've gotten a lot of feedback already from some of these bills. They've already said some of them don't have a chance, or it's really close. So we are putting on the fight for a lot of them. You know, if it's really close, it's a dead heat with Republicans and Democrats on a contentious issue. Those are the points that we need to push those Democrats so they know it's not okay to wade or waffle at all. Hey, Afon, how's it going? My doctor of 27 years decided to go with a concierge medical service. Oh, weird. That's odd. That's very odd. It's very weird. All right. Let's see what is on the docket, guys. Okay. Yeah, and it's the vaccines for COVID are safe and effective. They're important in order to stop long COVID, and they actually have anti-cancer things. So they're actually been shown to help people survive longer with cancer. So a lot of good things with the COVID vaccine. Okay. How about well-checked vaccines? Yeah, Maria. Yeah, for real. Sure, Bendy. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's what the science says, Em. It's okay. I mean, you can request stuff, or you can, whatever you want to do. Hi, Mindy. How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
I'm sure people in here have already heard this or know this, but I have an autistic son, and I just kind of want to speak what I tell people when, because people come to me, how do you do this? How do you do that? I can only give so much advice, but on vaccinations, like, how a lot of people say, well, vaccinations caused my child to have autism.
Sure.
I remind them, your child already had autism. The vaccinations triggered something in their system to show you they had it.
Yeah.
So they always had it. You just didn't see it until their system said, oh, hey. So, and anything can cause regression in an autistic child. It could be, it could be anything. But so that's what I tell people with that. And I also remind them that just because the pediatrician has a schedule does not mean you have to go by that schedule. You can time them, you can separate them. You don't have to get the MMR as 1. You can get them as 3. You're in control, but make sure you get the vaccinations. That's what I've had to learn, because I want to help, especially now with this administration, because they've gotten into the autism community. And it makes me sad, because now within the autism community, I'm going to say we're going against each other now. There's battles from within because of the false information that's being spread by this administration. And it's disheartening, because it's supposed to be a community, and it was once a very strong community, and now it's not. So I'm trying to continue to educate myself, because I constantly have to with my child, but also to help other people. And, you know, it's hard to give advice when it comes to other autistic or people's autistic children because, like the saying is, just because you met one person with autism, all that means is you met one person with autism. So I'm just trying to, because everybody's like, but my friend's cousin's brother, vaccinations caused their kid to have autism.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, it triggered the system to where you could see it. So in hindsight, you should kind of thank the vaccinations because now you know to get them diagnosed, to get ABA therapy, whatever you choose to do.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I just taught myself something. So like in hindsight, you can kind of thank them because now you see and now you can get them the proper help.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. I mean, it's odd. Like, basically there's a lot of developmental things that are happening in that age. So it is weird to have so much focus on vaccines versus like, I mean, look at all the people that are talking about food, you know, all the food being the poison. Okay, so if that's true, then why not focus on what that person ate that day or that week that could have caused the autism then? We don't do that because that's not, that obviously that doesn't make any sense, right? Because that's not been scientifically proven. So people, you know, so it's not like, oh my gosh, you know, for some reason though, you have a hyper focus on, oh, thank you, stars. You have a hyper focus on, we have a hyper focus on that. I will say, like, I do think the vaccine schedule, I mean, it is perfectly safe and it's tested. The thing that isn't tested by the FDA and not tested by the APA and the AMA are these alternative schedules that people have. And the reason why the schedule is the way it is because, you know, kiddos are the most susceptible and vulnerable at the young age. So the idea is to try to get them the protection that they need as early as they can get it. So delaying it, and you know that's untested, but you know getting them all together, that is already tested. So I would just say trust the medical community just like you trust them with the ingredients and everything that's inside the vaccine. You can trust the schedule. You don't have to worry about it. Don't think about, there's so much to worry about being a new parent or a parent in general. You know, this is something that you can kind of like, you can trust the medical, you know, in the scientific community with.
I'm so glad I came up here then because you just taught me that, because I mean, I probably knew that, but I didn't realize that. But before I don't know if anybody's already came at me. I wanted just one thing I forgot to say. There is a such thing as vaccine injury, but we're not talking about that when it comes to regression showing autism. They're two things. They're two different things. They both exist.
Yeah.
Because there are such things as vaccine injury.
It's extremely rare, like extremely rare.
I was just about to say that. It doesn't happen often, but someone else asked, like, what they're in the system is triggering the regression to show autism. You can speak better on that than me because I'm not finding the right words. But I just know that's a thing. Correct me if I'm wrong. But so where, you know, when they get a vaccine that can trigger something in them to show the signs of autism.
I mean, I'm not a physician, but I think that the idea is that the, you know, you can have an immune response that could, you know, an immune response, you know, that, and that is someone, it's kind of like where people think, oh, I'm sick. Every time I get the flu vaccine, I get sick with the flu. And it's like, well, it's not, your body has an immune response to the antigen from the vaccine. It's not infected with the flu, which is a big difference. Thank you, Marlis. Thank you. And so in the same way that there's this event now that happens, and then people link that event with, you know, something that could have gone wrong with their kiddo. So it's just it's an event that they can kind of like point to.
Well, and like I said, it's also like a common cold can trigger regression to show you signs of autism. Like, it's not just vaccines. And so people hyper focus on that. So I think I said that, at least I meant to say that. But because people are like, well, one day they were this and now they're this.
Yeah.
But that will happen throughout their whole life. Trust me, my son's 11 and he'll do one thing great, and then all of a sudden I'm like, wait, we just went backwards.
Yeah.
That will happen their whole life, and sometimes you have an idea, quote unquote, of what caused it, and sometimes you'll have absolutely no clue. But that's just what I'm going to call the ride of autism. It's part of it.
Yeah, it happens with my kiddos all the time too. I have sleep regressions.
Yeah. Well,
like,
that too, yes. And it's just, I guess maybe as an autism mom, a mom to an autistic child, sorry, I focus more on the regression. More so, because he's my third kid. I have 2 adult children.
Oh, okay.
So I didn't focus it so hardcore with my daughters, who are 25 and 23. But so I didn't notice it as hardcore, I guess I should say, as I do with my son, because I have to pay much more attention to like all the things as much as I humanly can. So that's not, see, I'm so glad I talked to you, because that's a whole nother point. Is because, you know, if you have a neurotypical child, you're not going to recognize that regression as much as you do with a neurospicy child, is what I'm going to call it.
Sure.
I think that's fun to say.
Sure.
But so, yeah, you're helping me to also help people. No, I'm so,
Cool.
I thought I was just going to come up here, make points and done. No, you're helping me, and I appreciate that, because especially with the, like I said, this administration, because now they're saying Tylenol has no, yeah, we knew that. We already knew that. But I need armed more, because I want to make sure that parents, like, because now they're diagnosing it too, which, never mind. I want them to not stop vaccinations, or, you know, vaccinations need to happen. They exist for a reason. Things have been eradicated because of vaccinations.
Exactly.
Don't let one thing stop all of that. And what's going on now is causing that, and it's scary.
That is awesome.
So I'm trying to be a voice, and as loud as I can, and to as many people as I can, because that's my job as his mother.
That's awesome. Dude, we have Bare Necessity is such an awesome leader here, doing so many political actions, trying to fight exactly what we were talking about, changing, trying to fight these laws that are trying to ban vaccinations, that are trying to make it a law that physicians would actually could get, like, there's a law to actually ban this stuff so that they could actually lose their license if they give vaccines. It's the crazy things like that, saying that the mRNA vaccine is actually a bioweapon. I mean, Bare Necessity is just a leader in this community. So we're just going to celebrate her real quick. Thank you so much, Bare. In 3, 2, 1. Nice, guys. We do X in chat.
Thank you so much for having me up here.
Yeah.
Thank you. You helped me with that, because I need to keep learning, and I'll never. There's no such thing as knowing too much, but there's a such thing as not knowing enough.
Yeah, exactly. I feel I'm learning constantly at the same time. You know, I think, oh, really, Bare Necessity, can you put the email in the Discord? That'd be awesome. Yeah, it's there's a lot to learn. I'm not a physician, so I'm still like learning, but I'm a molecular biologist, so I love the idea of the DNA and the molecular biology that like creates these vaccines and creates the that kind of stuff. So I love that stuff. But yeah, it's been really fun.
Thank you so much, because
yeah.
like
Thanks
I
for
said, I
coming
had
up.
the mindset, I'm just going to come up and say da-da-da, but you helped me, and I appreciate it so much.
That's awesome.
Because now I'm going to go and spread that and help other people.
Nice. Very good. Yeah, if people are asking where to ask now because of the CDC maybe not be trustworthy, or this HHS might not be trustworthy. By the way, even the latest, RFK CDC is recommending the flu vaccine for kiddos 6 months and above because this year's flu is especially bad for kiddos. So it's an abnormally large amount of kiddos are dying from the flu this year. So they are recommending it. 6 months and above. And in response to the outbreak of the measles in Texas, even RFK said that the MMR vaccine is safe and effective for it. So, they
Of course
are
he did.
they are
Can't.
having to retract and say this stuff. Oh, Ellie, thank you.
I can't.
Um,
Of course he did. I
yeah.
can't.
So it's like,
I shouldn't laugh. Sorry.
yeah, I mean, he is fervently anti-vax, but even he has to say at some point, like, because the point is, guys, RFK knows he's lying to you. You know what I mean? He knows
Well,
he
he's
vaccinated,
anti-vax.
but he's vaccinated
Say,
all his kids. You know what I mean? He
see,
knows.
well, stop taking words out of my mouth. That's exactly what I was going to say. Because
Yeah,
I was doing air quotes as anti-vax.
exactly. He's anti-vax in the fact that he makes money suing these pharmaceutical companies. He makes money referring people to anti-vax lawyers, and then when those anti-vax lawyers sue the pharmaceutical companies, he gets a payout when that happens. So he gets a cut. So it's he literally makes millions of dollars a year on this stuff. So it's
Gross.
exactly it's insane. He had to disclose this
It's so
all when
gross.
he ran as HHS secretary, guys. This is all like public domain stuff. We all know that this is what happens. So
All right. Well, thank you so much for having me
yeah,
up here and helping me.
yeah, no problem. Well, thanks for coming up. I appreciate you. Have a good one,
And
Mindy.
thank you.
Bye.
You too. Bye.
Bare necessity. Yeah, guys. We are fighting these 423 bills by going to action.drgregshow.com, and I'm going to go there myself. What's this? Or action.drgreg.show, whatever you want to do. Dr. Paskey, 1 second. This is what you're going to go to. This is what you're going to see. And we have email templates. We have call templates. And basically we are on the left-hand side here. This is where you're going to see where all the bills are. And there's 5 ones at the top here. And then, so we have 9 total. So 9 total bills. The top one is a pretty bad one. That's the one that is saying that mRNA vaccines are actually bioweapons, which is insane. It is absolutely ridiculous. We're fighting that one. West Virginia one is trying to prohibit colleges and universities from requiring vaccines for admission. Massachusetts has another one that's prohibiting mRNA vaccinations and different types of vaccine requirements for entries for schools, which is insanity. Another one, this is labeling. Pennsylvania's trying to label vaccinated people that have vaccinated different blood, which is going to cause a whole host of different accounting problems and increased risk, and no need for that one. And also, this is New York that's trying to ban COVID-19 immunizations mandatory. So that is what we're fighting, guys. We are fighting here. Over 410 actions, 410 political actions. So if you do a email, you do a call, you come in, you say it just like Bare Necessity did, and we celebrate you. And we also, these are the amount of vaccinations that our community has gotten. We've gotten 1,084 vaccines just in our community alone. Those are people coming in, getting their flu boosters, getting their COVID boosters, getting any type of, doing a titer. People have done their blood titers and figured out, man, I don't have my MMR anymore. I'm going to get my MMR booster. It's a really good idea considering that we have MMR outbreaks going in like 46 states right now in the United States. So yeah, get that done. Vaccines are like a Pokemon. You want to get them all. You want to get all of them. Get all the vaccines that you can, guys. It's always good. Always a good time. All right. Dr. Paskey. Dr. Paskey, how's it going, man? Dr. Paskey? All right. Nice. Okay, maybe it was a mistake. All right. Oh, thank you, Bare Necessity. I'm gonna confetti you. You're awesome. If you live in a small community, no. I mean, the HPV vaccine is anti-cancer. The COVID-19 booster helps fight cancer. So I mean, there's a lot of personal reasons why you want to do it. Personal reasons, even in a small community. Uh, okay, Cloud Museum, nice. Yeah, you want to make sure the MMR booster, the MMR antibodies kind of go and wane after like 15, 20 years. So it's worth getting checked on, guys. The MMR vaccine is incredibly effective. How is any of this good for us? All these vaccines. Vaccines save the lives of 5 million people a year. 4 million of those are kids. 1 million being adults, and we're talking about 30 different diseases that would be outbreaking constantly in your communities if you didn't have vaccines. On top of that, before antibiotics, before vaccines, 200 years ago, 50% of children used to die in childhood from so if you love children, I have 4 kids. The idea that 2 of them could not be here because of preventable diseases, that's a pretty good reason why I want people to vaccinate. And I think vaccines are a good idea. Cool. I'm sorry to hear about your read. How are we supposed to get a whooping cough adult booster? I know friends that have done that. Yeah, Tdap. Kung Fu Te, you just get a Tdap booster, and people recommend once your partner is pregnant to just get a Tdap booster anyway, just for that reason. So it's actually a really good idea. I got a Tdap booster when my wife was pregnant with our first kiddo. Oh yeah, Cloud Museum. That's a really good point. Gen X had a 1-shot MMR a booster. Now we're up to 2. That's a good point. Good idea. Good idea. Very good idea. You don't agree with so many vaccines? Yeah. So, I mean, vaccines are a privilege. So it's amazing that we can get vaccines, and we want vaccines. So it's a good thing to do. No, so you have an immune system, and the vaccines actually help your immune system to fight viruses. If you don't, the idea that you want less vaccines just means that you want more viruses and more diseases. So that's the danger of it. Hi, Nightflyer. I do want vaccines. Yeah, I want vaccines because I don't want viruses spreading in our populations, because viruses cause disease, and more disease is going to cause more death and decreased quality of life. So therefore, viruses are not man-made. That is completely false. So, and Gaynor is absolutely, this is why I don't ban people from the chat that are oppositional, because people like Gaynor exist and prove exactly what I'm talking about, that anti-vax people are actually just pro-virus. They don't even think that viruses are real. They don't think that viruses cause disease. So therefore, that's why they only focus in on the vaccine side effects, when in reality, we should be talking and learning about viruses and the diseases that they cause. But that people refuse to listen to that and hone in on that. But that's what we do here. That's what we talk about. That's what we talk about. Societies have been vaccinated and inoculated since the 1600s. Yeah, Hazel, the first was 1796 for the first vaccine. Vaccines are not really fungi, and they are not injected. No, that's not true at all, Gainer. No, that's not true. You're not more healthy than people that took vaccines. That's not true. Amadizi, what's up? Yeah, Mindful. That's a good point. Yeah. There's a lot of impacts that viruses can have on you. There aren't any, there are very, 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 very few vaccine deaths and injuries. It's not worth like talking about and compared to the millions of lives that are saved every year because from vaccines. So yeah, it's not worth talking about. Yeah, Dusty Boots. It's basically people that think that they are being really like skeptical and they're being anti-pharma and they're being cool, but in reality, it's just the Republicans. I mean, that's just what it is. It's vaccine hesitancy is basically only a Republican phenomenon now because basically being anti-vax is a dogmatic belief within the Republican Party. So it's exclusively a Republican Party problem now. Only 5% of Democrats are anti-vax. So, and this is, do you think vaccines are more dangerous than the diseases that they are designed to prevent? So this is basically asking if they believe in germ theory, and 31% of Republicans don't believe in germ theory now. So I've never had a smallpox vax. Why aren't I dead? Well, Gaynor, smallpox is eradicated from vaccines. That's why you aren't dead. So it's a pretty easy one to answer.
Hello.
Hi, Logic. How's it going?
Good. I'd like to debate on abortion.
Okay. We can eradicate a
Can I,
virus. We eradicated smallpox. Okay, go ahead.
can I know your stance?
Abortion's healthcare. So I think
Abortion is
that,
healthcare.
yeah.
Does that imply that it's morally okay or just
Yeah,
okay?
absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, can I know why? Like, why is it morally okay?
So like you have a patient that presents to the emergency room that didn't know that they're pregnant. They could be taking in drugs or alcohol, and the baby is malformed, so it doesn't have like kidneys or something like that. It doesn't have a functioning organ, so it's not functional for life. And that could be in a third trimester. And basically, the ability for that fetus that is not viable with life to be removed is an elective abortion. So, therefore, if that kid was to be delivered vaginally, it would be more dangerous for the life of the mother. So the idea being that an elective abortion is necessary there as a medical procedure in order to remove that fetus. Thank you for the follow.
Yeah, I do hold exceptions for medical necessity, like you've just mentioned. I wanted to know why you think abortion is okay overall,
Yeah.
like to get an abortion. Or let me not presuppose your position real quick. Do you think that like an abortion in any instance is okay, or like do you take like a pro circumstance account?
I mean, that is an elective abortion. So that isn't just a life of the mother scenario. That is an elective third term.
If the mother's
of
life is
abortion.
at significant risk, that would be a necessity under my stance.
Okay, so that's okay. So, so what's happening in Republican states that have outlawed abortion is that they are denying medical care to people unless they are crashing, and then they are performing life-saving medical procedures that are sometimes not capable of bringing the mom back to life and delivering the baby. So it's like those are what's happening after post Roe is that. What I'm talking about is something different, where we can perform abortions, elective abortions, in order to not have that happen with the baby and the mother.
Yeah, again, I do support medical necessity. I don't support elective. So elective would just be the mother chose to without any significant risk over her or the fetus's life.
That's not true.
That would so
No.
what would elective be?
That the first scenario that I mentioned is an elective abortion.
Choosing?
Yeah.
That's elective. Yeah, that's just oversimplification of the term. So
No,
it
no,
is.
that's
I'll explain
medically,
how.
no,
So
that's
an elective
medically,
abortion.
that's medically
Yeah,
what it is.
I'll explain how. Well, yeah, medically, just because something is medical doesn't always mean it's right. Medics say that brain dead patients are dead, medically dead, but we know that their body's still functioning, so biologically they're still alive, and I hope you would know that as a scientist. But as a, again, elective, the oversimplified version of it would be obviously to say that it's choosing to have an abortion, but then you would just rule out necessity in general. I think that it's, silly to rule out that there's every abortion is going to be elective. I think that elective, the oversimplified version would be yours, but I think that it's more detailed to say that an elective abortion is going to be when a mother chooses to have an abortion without any significant risk. And if we can't agree on that, then I don't know.
A physician isn't going to perform a third term abortion that with a viable fetus that has no complications or anything going on with it. That just doesn't happen.
Well, we know late term abortions do happen, and the result is medical necessity when it's necessary.
Those are the scenarios that I'm talking about. Yeah, those are elective abortions they're considered elective abortions.
The oversimplified version of it. And you're saying you said that medically it's a elective abortion, correct? Medics aren't always right. So I'm not just going to hold to. First of all, there's not just one medical instantiation or institution that's going to be correct, or even more valid than the others. I think that all medical institutions are going to have the equal amount of potential for truth aptness, but I believe that they are oversimplifying it. And I've already stated a situation where I believe that they got it wrong. You could say that again, medically, you could be dead or declared dead as a brain dead patient, but we know biologically their body is still living.
Okay. I mean, what's your history with this topic?
What do you mean? What's my history? How long I've been debating abortion?
No, what's your history with it?
What is my history? I don't know what you mean by history.
Yeah, so my wife is a NICU nurse, and she works as an ALS nurse, and she goes to that's her job, is going to labors every night. And she talks about this stuff, and NICUs are basically kids that would normally have been dead without medical intervention before. And we're talking about these are the cases that happen. This isn't just I'm just thinking about these random thing that this happens all the time is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that obesity and drug use is very prevalent in the United States, and we don't have prenatal care, so that people don't really understand what's going on. They come in, they haven't done any prenatal care. Babies are malformed. These things happen constantly.
Yeah, I don't know what's the point here.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that's what I'm saying. Abortion is healthcare for these people that need it. And therefore, making any type of regulation,
that it's healthcare.
That's literally what I'm saying, and that literally is the point.
I'm not saying that you can't say that. I'm saying that you can't just say that it's healthcare, thus it is morally permissible.
I'm saying that within the rights of that person to save their life and to have that decision being made, the government shouldn't be regulating it. It should be from the physician and that patient, and that's who should be making that decision.
You believe in rights, so you believe that the rights are going to be why the mother should be able to get an abortion?
Yeah.
What right would that be?
She's a living person.
No, I said what rights.
She's a living person.
Constitute? What rights would constitute? What rights would constitute the right to get an abortion? Okay, for example, I could say that murder is wrong because it violates the right to life. There. So what constitutes the right to get an abortion? Because I don't think, last time I checked, I don't remember the right to get an abortion being a right. So it just have to be...
People have the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's kind of like the constitutional bedrock of our country.
Okay, that doesn't constitute abortion, though.
If it's healthcare, it is. That's the whole point. It's a healthcare decision that's made by the provider.
Healthcare is a human right. Okay, so let's say healthcare is a human right, right? Let's grant this. then I could just say that not all forms of healthcare are going to be morally permissible. And I think that times and history that we've gotten what's right and wrong, we've gotten our morals incorrect, right, within history. And I don't think that we can constitute something based off the law. So healthcare is going to be predicated off the law, right? We can grant that. What is and what's not healthcare is predicated off the law, right?
Okay.
The law is not consistent and is at times contradictory, so we cannot base our morals off the law. So I'm not going to say that abortion is permissible because it's healthcare, because healthcare pertains to the law, and the law is not consistent. So the whole argument just falls.
Okay. So there's been people that have been denied healthcare in Texas where they've gone to the hospital, tried to get healthcare. They were denied because they were pregnant. They went back a second time when they were bleeding. Things were going bad. They knew there was something wrong, denied a second time. And then they went back 2 days later, the same problem. It was an excruciating pain. They went back a third time, and the physicians were literally saying, okay, we can't do anything for you until you actually go into septic shock and you are about to die, and then we will be able to actually perform a medical procedure on you. And this mother watched their daughter that go into septic shock and then basically was unable to be revived, and they died. So what right does that person have, do you think, in your mind, that daughter that was going into the hospital? What do you think?
I think this is a red herring. For one, this has nothing to do with my original question that I asked you before. But again, I would classify that as a medical necessity, right? So this pertains to the law. The medical experts are going to be pertaining to the law and constituting what is going to be healthcare or not. They could say, we're not going to give you an abortion until you go into septic shock because that's what the law states. I don't base my morals off the law. So I would say that they are wrong there once again.
Okay.
So you have not yet stated what right constitutes the right to an abortion.
I don't know. I mean, it's we have the ability and we have the capability and we have the technology, like, in order to do it. It's just cruel and unusual not to do it.
This is what I'm asking. All right. If you were to ask me what rights stop people
Philosophy,
from
bro,
murdering,
this is really boring for me. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm not.
Just like, I can't, like, it's really boring for me, dude. Sorry. Like, just philosophy, bro, down. Yeah, whatever, bro. Yeah, you slammed me. You did so well. You did so good. Yeah. It's boring, man. It's boring. Okay. Dusty Boots, how's it going?
I'm good. How you doing?
Good, man.
I just wanted to it was kind of something I haven't really heard about as an argument, but I mean, you agree that the mind and body are connected? Like medically, and like stress causes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that stress has can cause miscarriages. I don't understand why, like, if the body rejects the fetus, that's considered a miscarriage, and nobody seems to blink twice about it. But when a mother rejects the fetus, it's frowned upon, like, and if it is frowned upon, then why not go after the ones, like, say, if they're in an abusive relationship and the stress of that abusive relationship caused a miscarriage, or just even like our economy and society and money stress, or being exposed to chemicals, like all these things can cause a miscarriage, and nobody seems to talk about that. But that's the body rejecting this fetus. Yet when the mother in her mind knows that this isn't viable, doesn't think that it's viable, doesn't think that it's a good idea early on in the pregnancy, when she finds out. Why is that so vilified, you know?
Yeah.
Why are the mind and body so separate when it comes to that? And why aren't they going after the issues that are causing miscarriages?
Yeah, I mean, there's no investment into prenatal care. There's no investment into early childhood. It's just like this weird possession idea that that people have. It is very odd. It's so obvious that this wouldn't even be a question if men gave birth. That it's almost hilarious to think that. Yeah, it would be hilarious to think that there would be any way, like, there's no way a guy would accept a panel of women telling them what they could do in return. So you would have abortion all way, like a perfectly healthy baby up to the first and the final second of birth. You would have men declaring abortions, like, or you would probably, it would be the most radical, insane thing that could be possible. You know, men would be like, "That's my right. That's what I do. It's my body. I can do whatever I want." But the idea that you have women that are literally dying in the hospitals, and guys are still like, "I don't know," you know, or trying to philosophy, bro, like, whatever, you know, you haven't proven your right to exist, you know, or your right to medical care when we have the technology, we have the capability, we have the money, where it's just literally a state's decision that you have to die because you're a woman and that you have to carry the baby. It's gross.
Yeah.
It's gross.
And then them like taking it back to the state is just such bullshit. Like they're saying that there's these late term abortions where the baby is like healthy and viable, and what they do a C-section, and which to me is like a live birth, right? And then what happens? They unalive this baby after they take. I mean, it's just not happening. But if it is happening, don't you think that would be under a state regulated, you know, hospital? And why aren't we going after those specific doctors and or the hospitals that are allowing this to go down? And that's under state control to begin with. So to be taking the protection away, federal protection away, to give it to the state, and they're saying, "Oh, that's small government," and we're bringing it back to the state, state. No, you're bringing it back to government as choice, and I don't, you know, it's like when did I mean, first of all, I mean, the fact that even men have a say in this is just asinine. But my neighbors shouldn't have a say in it. I don't give a fuck what my neighbor thinks about my medical. You know, it's not. You know, but they're hiding behind this. That, you know, it's not religious. It's going by our own laws, like murder, and that it's murder. And I mean, I guess, you know, it's a good argument in the fact that it's like keeps everything in the blur, and it makes it more complex to even get the point across. But, you know, as far as the medical scene in general, it's everything is geared towards men. Every single thing. Like, you know, you look at you know, in the 70s, like they said before the 70s, they didn't even know, you know, that child assault was a thing. And it's like, well, I don't know about that, because the men were doctors, men were lawyers, men were police, men were psychologists, and it wasn't being spoken about. But I think damn sure it was being done. It just wasn't culturally known. And here we have, you know, men talking about. I mean, you know, Judge, what's his name? He's drawing a blank. One of the Supreme Court judges, that's a Trump hire, he was saying that, you know, these girls need to close their legs. Yeah. And it's in reference to AB, and it's like, well, but you're not talking about the boys that are prying them open. You know, we're not talking about the boys that are coercing and begging and chasing and, you know, that hunting and wanting and needing. And then not to mention that they could impregnate how many girls a day. Yeah. You know, and they're not even a part of the conversation in preventative care. Like, it's just so, it's so backwards. You know, when I was at the doctor getting, you know, your yearly PAP, and we're just kind of like, this is so terrible. This, you know, and the doctor even told me, a female doctor, she was like, you know, if this was something that men had to do, it would be an ultrasound by now.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just
Dude,
the
even
entitlement.
vasectomies is considered optional for men, which just blows my mind. The idea that, like, my wife had her tubes removed because it was like a cancer thing. You don't want to just like get them ligated, you want to get them removed. So, but still there's still a non-zero percentage chance that it could be an ectopic pregnancy. There could be like some way that it's happened, and it has happened. And so the idea that there could be a non-zero chance that I could kill my wife made me go do like this procedure, where it was super easy. It was, uncomfortable, a little weird to go into like this little, small little room, and these two nurses were just like all up in there, and it was kind of a little uncomfortable. But and then I was like telling guys, my friends, in order to do it, and they were like, "What? Why would I do that? My wife got her tubes tied or whatever." And I'm like, "Bro, like, what? She just went through a birth." Like one of the most gnarly things that I've ever seen in my life. Like, it is so metal, so hardcore, and the things that women have to do in the birthing process, versus this little procedure that's like 15 minutes long. It's like, and even guys won't even do that. It's insane. Oh, dude, Craig, it was so funny. I was telling Mrs. Dr. G, I was like, dude, if I was giving birth right now, I would have like just blaring death metal, instead of like, giving me like counter pressure on my hips. I would just be like, punch me in the face, like, just get me a go, and let's do this. Just like there would be some gnarly screaming going on. It would be
I mean, them, these people that are like, that have literally, I think it was even Charlie Kirk was asked, if your 10-year-old daughter was, forcibly impregnated, would you, and he said, no, why would two wrongs don't make a right?
Exactly.
Why would I? And I'm just like, all right, I have a pretty barbaric solution to this whole problem. Right around the time that boys are being circumcised, which is also pretty barbaric, why don't we just tie their tubes? And then when they grow up and they find a girl that can sign a document saying, yes, I agree to have this person impregnate me, then they can have it reversed.
Yeah.
Because that's as barbaric as what is expected of girls to be taking. First of all, to be going to term, being, just even getting pregnant that young is so terrible. Or taking the birth control. Like, these girls are on birth control from like teenage, preteens sometimes, and it's just, that can't be good for them. Even if it's like low risk, it's still affecting their levels and everything. I mean, even their mental health, and it's almost like to be expected. But when you say something on the opposite side, it's just like, oh my God, how dare you say something so barbaric? I don't know how long. I know it's getting better and better, but
it's incredibly lopsided. Like the amount of risk, the amount of rapture, the amount of risk, the amount of responsibility about being pregnant. Like, you can't eat a lot of stuff. Like, you can't eat cold cut meats. You can't eat uncooked meats. Like, I wouldn't trust most men with those decisions. Like, they would just be eating everything, right? I mean, there's a lot of due diligence that you have to do. It's very, very difficult, and then on top of that, the risk of for your health, the idea that you could die during this procedure, that you could that things could go wrong and complications. It's one of the reasons why I genuinely do think that life begins at birth, is because there's so much that could go wrong during the entire thing, all that run up. It's kind of like it's like an F1 race where it's like, the qualifying feels like the first, the gestational period, but then the birth seems like that's the race. That's the race that actually happens. So, you could have a really good qualifying and you could, qualify first and get pole position or whatever, but it doesn't mean that you've won the race. You still have to win the race in order to win the race. And there's a lot of things that can go wrong during the race. So I feel like the same thing that happens during the pregnancy, it's like, that's the day that it all happens, man. You can have everything line up perfectly, but my
you're
wife,
not out of the red zone.
exactly. There are
And that's
babies that happen all the time that are perfectly, all their genetics pans out, all their pre, the
and they think
diagnostic
that
stuff.
every woman getting an AB early on, that's like some viable, future,
Exactly.
wonderful human that they got missed out on a whole entire full life. Like there's, I mean, I don't know. In my personal experience, like just so many women have miscarriages. Like it's almost like
Yeah, it
I don't even
happens.
like my friends telling me that they're pregnant in the first trimester.
I
Like
yeah,
I even talk about it. Yeah, it's so up in the air.
that's one of the reasons why we didn't get, we didn't have gender reveals, because I don't even, I don't have a son yet. I don't have a daughter yet. Don't even bring that to me. I don't even recognize
That's
that.
like and to make that even make it more hard. I mean, my closest friend, she got pregnant 4 times. It didn't work out 4 times. It was
Oh my
really hard
gosh.
on her.
That is awful.
Yeah, and that's all she really wanted to be a mother, and she'd be a great mother, and so the last time she got pregnant, everything was seemingly looking okay, but then towards the end, I mean, it was like 22, 21 weeks. It was like, something came up in the tests, and the baby was, the heart was going to be on the outside or some kind of genetic. It wasn't good, and they were actually going to send her down to UC Davis to have the thing, and it was really terrible. But by getting that healthcare that time, that is when she found out what actually was going on with her and why her body kept rejecting this, and she was able to go to full term the next time.
Oh,
You know what
wonderful.
I'm saying? So by her getting this health care,
Good.
she now has a family. She now has a baby.
That's
So
good.
that is pretty fucking pro-life to me, because she
Yeah.
wouldn't have that without that health care. And people, especially these men, that come up on here and have their little like, ooh, gotcha moments. Like, you don't know what the hell you're talking about, dude.
I know.
You don't know. I mean, I saw a TikTok. I don't know if you guys saw that woman who was like, I don't know if I voted for the right. She was like in tears because she was at a high risk pregnancy, and and in her late term, and the doctor was like, you're gonna have to go to a different state and stay there because it's becoming a risk to where like you might need to go in, and here we can't help you
Yeah.
until it's like you're in a septic state. And she's like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you even talking about? And she's like, this has to do with AB. And she's like, why the hell does that have anything to do with AB? And she's like, well, this is what a late term AB is.
Yeah.
And she's like, I thought late term was when the woman decided they didn't want it. It's like, how many women are going that far into the pregnancy and going, yeah, I changed my mind. Like a late term is because there's a huge fucking problem, dude. And if the baby's happy and healthy and late term, that's called a premature birth. Like, I don't know. I mean, I hear about it, but I just can't imagine where it's like, oh, you're right at the end, 9 month abortions, they say. That's called like a birth and then an adoption, like, what do you mean
Yeah.
9 months?
So they have like the
baby's not
term,
viable.
they have the term like late post-birth abortion, because what happens is like it's actually the exact scenario that I was talking to that guy talking about, and he thought it was called a red herring, which is very offensive because red herrings are in a philosophy bro argument. Red herrings are the one in a million event that you're trying to, make up, and it's basically creating a fake argument that you're trying to say. And it's like, no, that stuff happens all the time. And the fact that, like, again, someone will have a baby that's not viable for life, and basically what happens is the baby is for whatever reason born, or is there was whatever happens. See you, Rapture, have a good one. But the idea is that the baby isn't viable for life, and it is into the world now. And do you put the family who just has a miscarriage or some type of baby, basically the baby's not viable for life and it's died and never lived. So do you put the family through that you give them a birth certificate? Do you generate a birth certificate? Do you generate now they have to do a death certificate? Now they have to do all these type of things. And what happens is, like, and in order to say a post-birth abortion is basically saying, you know what, all that stuff that you guys just went through with this awful event in your life, we're just going to put this down as an abortion, and you don't have to go through that paperwork, because that's incredibly traumatic for them. Why would and that's cruel. So that's the idea that post-birth abortion, it's incredibly rare. And again, guys, this is like stuff that if you know what's happening, these are people that care about women and kids and families, and they've dedicated their lives to this, and they're trying to not put these people through something. In the best case scenario, they're not trying to kill a kid after it's been born, and it's living and it's a perfectly good baby, and they're saying, oh, I guess I have like a wishy-washy period that I can just say nope. It's just nonsense, right? This is the same attacks on anti-intellectualism in science is the same attacks that we see on the medical industry. So anyway, thank you so much for coming up, Dusty Boots. I appreciate it. I'm going to go off soon, and I just want to get someone else in before I go to bed. So thank you for coming up. I appreciate you. Thank you. Bye. Thank you, Dusty Boots. Appreciate you. All right, last person. Hi, Maria. How's it going? Oh, it's a mistake. It happens. That's such a brutal. It's so inhumane. Yeah, exactly, Manny. It's wild to have something like that happen where people have literally dedicated their lives to something. They've dedicated their lives to becoming a medical professional, and what happens? Like these are the person they've come into this world in order to cause harm to people. Like, give me a break, man. Like give me a break. It's insane. It's gross. I think it's really gross. Oh, nice, AMDZ. You're a consultant for vasectomy. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, dude, it's really cool. I mean, vasectomy, it's just having that. It's a 0% chance that you're going to get your an ectopic pregnancy for your loved one. I mean, that's like what. And there's sometimes in life. So I play video games. All right, I play video games with drop chances of like 0.002%. That's what I do. I play RPG games that have really, really small percentage chances that happen. And sometimes, you'll be playing a video game and you'll not see, you won't see that item forever, when you're killing that monster. And you're like, man, I've had to kill this monster like 1,000 times. But then you leave it overnight and it's, thank you, Allie. Then you leave it overnight and it's, killing them another 100 times. And sure enough, during those, I didn't get any drops for 0.002%. But during that night, those 100 kills, I get 3 drops somehow. the thing that happens 0.002% of the time. This is Melver Idol. This is kind of like an idol. It's kind of like OSRS, but it's like an idol version of it. It's incredible. So it's like, I mean, what are the odds? You know what I mean? Like, I killed that thing for a week straight, and I didn't get anything, and then in one night I get it 3 times. So it's like 0.002% happens all the time, guys. And same thing with poker. Where's my poker players at? You know, a 1 card suck out on the river. I mean, come on, that happens all the time. If you play poker enough, you have those happen all the time. So the idea that, like, you know, sometimes in life you want a 0% chance of something happening. Hey, Kathleen. You want a 0% chance of something happening, not just like a small percentage, a 0% chance. So like, for another example where I'm very cautious, like for the strollers, you know what I mean? I'm like, if you're going up to a blind corner, you guys know what a blind corner is, right? Where you can't see around the corner, and there could be a street. So maybe it's like a brick wall. You're walking along a brick wall, and then all of a sudden it's a street right there. I always stop the stroller right before. And then I physically look around the stroller to make sure that there's no cars. And then I go, because there's no way I'm giving any % chance that I'm just going to push my stroller right into an oncoming car that could harm my kid. You know what I mean? I want a 0% chance, and I'm going to check every single time. It's stupid. It looks really dumb because 99.9999999% of the chance there's nothing there, and I just look like an idiot, and I'm just like looking across. But I had this one, and we're walking or whatever, and all of a sudden I do my stop, and then whoosh, this car just goes by like 30 miles per hour, and I'm just like, whoa, like what just happened? My wife and I look at each other like, oh my gosh, like if we just walked out there, like our kids, we had 2 kids in our stroller right there. There is no way that they survive that. There's just no way. And you're just like, wow, that is crazy. That would have completely changed our life. And I'm just like, and I'm like, there you go. Like that, I want a non-zero chance. I want a 0% chance that my kid is going to be killed like that. I want a zero, not like a, hey, it's a 1 in a million chance that your kiddo dies today. Like, no. I want a 0% chance if I can, you know? Yeah, trust but verify. Yeah, exactly, Manny. Yeah, exactly, guys. So, exactly. Yeah, 0%. You take all the cautions that you can, and so that's why I'm a huge proponent of vasectomies. It's good, guys. It's worth it. If you're worried about it, don't worry about it. Everything's fine. Your testosterone still is the same. It's just your swimmers. It doesn't impact anything like that. Yeah. Oh, nice, Elizabeth. Yeah. Musk and his trillionaire deal apparently rests on the humanoid robots. Yeah. I mean, he feels like that's going to be the next thing that's going to... The Xiaomi humanoid robots look incredible. Like they're actually so good that the reporters in the room like literally had to cut open the robot to actually see inside the robot, because they actually thought that there was a person inside walking. So yeah, it's pretty wild. How about the ladies get theirs done too? I mean, Kate, yeah, you get your tubes ligated and removed, like in order to decrease your cancer risks. But I mean, if there's no swimmers, that's a 0% chance of that happening. You know, so yeah, that really is the 0%. It's on it behooves the guy. It's on the guy. You know, that's why it's so ridiculous. The women are doing so much and carrying so much weight in a pregnancy that to not do the bare minimum as a guy, Yeah, exactly, Heather. Exactly. That is a good way to put it. Yes, exactly. What school did I go to? I went to UC San Diego for undergrad, and I went to UC Riverside for my PhD. And then if life begins at conception, why doesn't child support? That is Dusty, exactly. Dusty Boots has a great point. That is why we don't have any prenatal care in this country, man. It is wild. You don't have anything like even folic acid supplements that should be like sent to people. Like there's so many things that we could do as a society in order to help women and families. I genuinely think that the best way that the Democrats can go forward, the kind of vision that I would actually propose, would be using technology to improve your lives, and specifically going after like families. So doing something like a free childcare, prenatal care, that kind of thing. That would be the way that I would propose. Like just doing all family stuff, and you would help a lot of people that don't have kids too by like having a lot of those services, and it would be good. It would be good for everyone. Also, getting a vasectomy affects the man less than a woman having to. Yeah, exactly, Juliana. You don't have to have, yeah, because women not having to be on birth control is nice, or it opens up their possibilities to take whatever they need pre-menopause and all that kind of stuff too. So. We have zero mandates for men to care and pay for their offspring. Yeah, Heather. Yeah, it is weird. I don't get that. Like, guys have to do a better job of being better fathers. That is something that really is missed in this whole. In Heather, actually, I mean, Scott Galloway was talking about this. He was talking about like, in order to raise better kids, like men have to be more involved. Men have to be a better role models and more involved with their kids and other people's. So yeah, I thought that was a really good point and salient point that he was talking about. Yeah, this is it's one of the reasons why I like him, because he does give interesting ideas that I'm like, oh yeah, that is a good point. Yeah. What is your political stance? I like science. I'm a big fan of science. I vote. I'm a Democratic voter. Yeah. I mean, I would say like, I don't know, man. I think I would used to call myself as like an independent and that kind of stuff, but it is, and I do think that political labels are kind of cringe. It's kind of like a way to distill someone's entire political ideology down to something that's like chewable and easy to understand, so that you can kind of like demagogue them or push them into a box. And I think that that's kind of boring. But I mean, but this is the problem, because then you have people like this, like Stars. I mean, I find it hard to identify with either party. If you don't, and that's the thing, is that I find it very easy not to identify with the Republican Party right now. Like, very easy. I don't really accept or really espouse or think that they're doing anything correctly. So it is like, 25 years ago, I would call myself like an independent, but now it's like pretty obvious. And I think that like it's real, especially as a scientist, very simple to identify as a Democrat now. It's, you would never vote for a Republican right now. So, yeah. But the reality now is that it's not the Republicans, it's the MAGA movement. Yeah, Janina, I think that the MAGA movement has taken over the Republican Party, especially with Trump too. I think that you could maybe have made that argument with Trump 1, but no, not with Trump 2. It's pretty obvious. I mean, the Republicans are literally, in response to the leaked staffer emails, they are literally making they're talking inside their party right now. How much of white Christian nationalism do we support? How much Yahtzees are we going to allow into our party? So it's wild. Ryan, I am Ryan Reynolds' dad. That's true. Yeah, Heather, exactly. They've let them take over. So yeah, Genny, exactly. I'm not going to vote for a Republican again as an independent until they have radical change. Exactly. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Hi, Robbie. How's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Good, man.
So are you a Republican or a Democrat?
A Democrat.
What does your shirt say?
Make America vaccinated again.
Oh, okay, cool.
What do you think?
I see.
Pretty good?
Yeah, no issue with vaccinations.
Sick, nice.
But I am a Trump supporter.
Oh, wow. Nice, dude. Okay, cool. Well, thank you for supporting vaccinations.
Who did you vote for?
Kamala.
Kamala?
It's
Why?
Kamala, but whatever.
Why?
Why? There's a ton of reasons why, man. I mean, Trump is a really bad political leader,
guy.
and his policies are awful, and yeah.
I mean, I guess we can agree to disagree here.
Are you saying in the guise of 2024 or now?
I mean, I'm not really too happy with his current presidency, but I still think he gets too much scrutiny.
Why too much? Why would you say he gets too much scrutiny? He's the president of the United States, bro.
Compared to every other president, I feel like he's overhated. For what he's done.
Overhated. Okay. So what do you think he gets too much scrutiny about?
His physical appearance, if anything. That's it.
Okay, so everything all the political stuff, you're okay with the scrutiny?
All the political stuff, people they have the right to.
Okay.
To that. That's subjective. But I think it's mean to call people names.
If you're talking about just the immutable characteristics, then I can understand it. I can understand you. Like
you can understand the ad hominem.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Okay, I'm glad we see face to face on that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're that's literally the only thing that you're saying, but I wouldn't come in with the I think that people treat him poorly, when it's like, I mean, people talk about Democrats and their immutable characteristics all the time, So I don't know. I mean, but it is what it is.
I think people have a right to treat him poorly, but I feel like a lot of people don't know why they are scrutinizing him. And if they know why and they have validity to it, go ahead by all means. But a lot of people are doing it blindly.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
So what are you most critical about him doing right now, then?
Like, what's my biggest issue with his presidency right now?
Sure, yeah.
Probably his handling of the deportations.
Okay. Not enough, not strong enough, or too hard?
I think every president has enacted deportation law, but he's going about it in the wrong way. Okay. He's doing it in a kind of a I don't want to say vile, but he's doing it in an inhumane way.
Cruel and unusual. I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I still don't think that takes away from the fact a lot of Democrats blindly scrutinize him, and they don't know what they're scrutinizing. They're just told to.
Okay. What's your favorite thing that he's done as a president? Trump
my
too.
favorite thing he's done is make efforts to secure the border, because I have people in my family affected by fentanyl and addiction, so I know where it's coming from. I know the source, so I'm glad he took care of that. He's trying to.
Okay. I mean, I thought the fentanyl wasn't coming through the border crossings, though. That wasn't where the majority of it was coming from.
I thought majority was coming through border crossings from Canada and Mexico.
I thought it was like harbors. Like like literally most of it was coming through the mail. Like because literally like USPS, like because fentanyl is so small, they could just put it in letters and then just mail it through the mail. They're just, it's not like from.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not. It didn't come through the southern border.
It's synthesized it's synthesized in China and then like just sent over through the mail. Like China, like Mexico is where like cannabis was imported for the longest time because it was close, right? So they were kind of like doing that, but
yes. Oh, and also I am a fan of the tariffs and him trying to bring manufacturing back into America. I think a lot of people don't realize that long-term benefit can come at a short-term suffering, economically speaking.
Why do you think that there's been like such a surge in layoffs in the United States?
At the current moment?
Yeah, we're at the same level of unemployment of layoffs as 2009.
Because the economy's yet to reach equilibrium.
What do you mean by that?
The economy hasn't corrected itself yet.
So you're okay
people are
with
people are still going to have to endure for the time being if they want America to be booming again.
So you're okay with those American jobs being lost?
If it means that they will come back in multiples, yes.
What if they don't?
I mean, they tend to. It's usually how it works.
No, I mean, so like I'm a scientist and I lost my job because I worked for a German company and we had a research site in San Diego. And it was there for 25 years. And then in coordination with like a couple of different things, Russia invading Ukraine, which spiked German energy prices. And then on top of that, the tariffs, like those two things like worked in coordination. So they shut down a fermentation plant in Michigan. And then they shuttered our site in San Diego that had been around for.
What specifically was your site? Was it a research facility?
Research and development, yeah.
Okay. And why did it get shut down?
Because of those two things. Those two, like the tariffs and because of the energy costs.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I never want to hear anybody's going through unemployment or anything of the sort, and that's sad. But unfortunately, and again, like I don't want this to be like an attack on you, but some people, I've lost my job as well. A lot of people are losing their jobs.
Yeah, but like, but
it's
what would
worth it?
So okay, so what happens to fill that void? You're saying that there's, I mean, I agree with you in the fact that like capitalism has a non-zero unemployment rate, right? There has to be some employment because there has to be the secret hand of the market that works to churn out bad old companies and create new ones and all that kind of stuff. But that needs capital expenditure, and that's just not happening right now. Like companies aren't investing into the United States because of the tariff policies that are very like wishy-washy. They don't know when and how it's going to be, and so a lot of companies aren't actually spending
without
money.
the tariff policies, because you're obviously smarter than me, so just educate me here.
I wouldn't say that.
Without the tariff policies, how are we supposed to bring manufacturing back?
Well, what kind of manufacturing do you want to bring back?
I want all kinds of manufacturing. There's no manufacturing in the States anymore. Everything's made in China. Everything's made overseas. Even like labor is not the same as it was in the United States, in my opinion.
So
I mean, not even my opinion, that's a fact, but we make less shit than we used to. in this
No, I mean,
country.
no, things are very complex now. So, like for example, in order to make a computer, you have to mine the rare earth minerals, you have to assemble the boards, and then you have to, assemble the computers, and then those computers go out. So, like, we're not. I mean, there are rare earth mineral deposits that are being mined now in the United States, like lithium, is booming. But like at the same time, like we don't really want like a bunch of mining jobs, right? Those aren't good, high
No, but
paying mineral.
what do we specialize in?
The United States,
Yeah.
a high tech. So it's the idea of, so we create in that example, that computer example, we design the computers that everyone
And
else assembles, and then we sell the computers. So yeah, it's
so
innovation. Yeah.
that's our pinnacle
Hmm.
high tech, whether it be military or everyday use. But don't you think it's a problem that that's pretty much our only export that we have going for us?
No, man, we're the head. We're the head of the whole world's
But we're the
economy
head of
because of that.
in design, but we still manufacture our products in other countries because it's cheaper. Apple
Yeah,
doesn't make any of their products in the States. That's so many jobs that they are putting out in this country as a big tech company.
but we can but people in this country can just work more at those high tech companies as opposed to like manufacturing phones.
They can, but that's not always the case because there's a class distinction. So not everybody can go get a college education and get a tech job at one of these companies. That's not how it works.
No, it
Like
does. It does. No,
it's not.
it does.
It's really
It
not
does.
unless you want an arm and a leg worth of student loans to pay.
No. So like at
You
these
need
high tech
tradesmen.
jobs, I'm telling you, as someone that's worked at them, I'm telling you. So they employ people at all different education levels. There are jobs at high school level, undergrad level, PhD level. They're not all PhDs, man. Like people are at them, which is so yeah, it does. It's not like that. But let's say, okay, let's say we listen to you and we import all of these mining jobs, all these factory jobs, everything. Like let's just do all the basic assembly, all that kind of stuff. Like what do you think would be the most impacted by AI and robotics?
Well, that's something that I don't know how that would curve the landscape. But last time the United States was in a major recession, how did we get out of it? World War II, manufacturing things. That was our country's escape. So in the current direction we're headed, which if you ask me is a civil war, there's going to need to be something for Americans to get this economy moving again within our own nation. If we don't make anything here except for high tech, what happens when that high tech's not like a number one priority, which might happen within the next 10 years?
Well, I can tell you 100% that the manufacturing, just robotically putting things together, that is definitely going to be taken by robots and by AI way more quickly and efficiently than high tech jobs that take some type of research and development and ingenuity that just AI is not capable of doing right now. That's just what it is.
I mean, I guess so. But
Yeah.
if you think big tech is just gonna save the United States, then you're in for a rude awakening.
I think that right now they call it the Magnificent Seven, the seven biggest companies in the country or the seven biggest companies in the world, and the S&P 493, which is basically the entire economy minus these seven companies, are all in the slump. They're all down 20-30%, while these Magnificent Seven companies are all up, for the year. So like,
At the moment. But what happens when people don't have the money to be leisurely buying all the newest Apple phones and all the newest, latest smart fridges, and people don't have money in their pockets for that? What's going to happen to these companies? Because it's bound to happen where people do not care to go buy these expensive products because the companies don't care about them.
But other people in the world are gonna buy it. But I mean, my point is that like we definitely should break up a lot of these big companies. I'm totally for more competition, more like Google can be like a bunch of different companies. Amazon could be a bunch of different companies. I'm all for that. But like what's happening is that as Trump has like frozen out like university spending at the tune of like $100 billion, we have that money not going into universities, but that money is usually going and being spun out into more smaller companies. That's how our tech engine kind of goes through, is that you create the patents at the university level, and then you spin out the biotechs or the technology companies from then, and then that's what creates that economic driver of competition. And that's not happening right now because Trump has frozen out all the grants and all the federal spending, and then that also freezes out all the private companies that fund and create the equipment, service the equipment, that create the materials, everything for those universities. They're all being frozen out too. So it's having a huge ripple effect. Like for example, like in California, we're having the lowest amount of tech jobs, the highest unemployment rate of tech, of all time. It's awful. We're having a huge recession within technology jobs, specifically in California, because of that.
There is a huge recession in California.
There's a bunch of layoffs and unemployment in regards to technology and research and development spending. Yeah.
Look, to this guy in the comments that's saying my argument is incompetent, I think there will be a time and point soon that people don't have money to spend on tech like they do now. That's just my opinion. But look, you made some good points. I can't really debate you, man. I can't.
It's all good, man. I mean, I am for American jobs, man. I'm for like high paying jobs that are going to last us for the next 100 years, right? That is the case.
But trade jobs are also good jobs. I hope you realize that.
But like trade jobs, okay, but like a lot of them are most likely to be like again replaced by AI.
I think if anything, the trade jobs will be the last to go. How is AI going to come fix your sink or fix your clogged toilet? Like that, those jobs will be the last to go.
Okay, I think that, yeah. I mean, those are specific. Sure, but I mean,
overall, you can list all of them. How is AI supposed to replace tradesmen?
I mean, you can literally use an AI right now with the thing, and you just say what do I need to fix here, and where do I need to do. What I need to do.
And who's going to do the manual labor?
That you do. You just have like
you still have tradesmen.
No, it tells you what to do. You can literally, with like Google Lens now, you can just have Google Assistant like walk you through what the stages that you need to do. It's just like, I'm having a problem putting this into this. I have like this piece here. I don't know how they go together. What should I do? And it tells you like, you put this here, put this thing here, put this there.
So you think AI will give instructions for everything possible?
It already does. I mean, you should try it out.
I mean, I do use it from time to time, but you also have to keep in mind that not every human has the capacity to just endlessly do these tasks. Like, that's why tradesmen are a thing, so they can pay someone to do this long, timely task for them.
I know, but the point is like let's create jobs that utilize AI as opposed to like waiting out the time until that like these jobs are going to be taken. So, and if you're just assembling iPhones, or if you're mining a lithium mine, I mean, those are all going to be robots that are all going to be ran by AI really soon. So it's like they're not going to be the jobs of the future of the 21st century, man. Like that's what I'm worried about. That's what I want.
Are you pro AI or anti AI?
I mean, AI is coming, like it is happening. You know, it's
Regardless, I agree.
yeah, within the
Regardless,
next
but what's your stance on it? Like,
I mean,
are
within the
you
next,
opposed to it?
bro, I think in the next 10 years, there's going to be 100 million people that are unemployed by AI. I mean, it's going to be completely like wrecking our economy.
So you are opposed to it?
I mean, opposed to it. It's like how do I feel about hammers? Like, I mean, hammers are like, it's a tool, you know, I don't know. I
So
mean,
then
it is what it
can
is.
you agree that the government needs to start regulating AI
Yeah,
more?
yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the problem that we should be talking about, and we should be, you know, figuring out what are we going to do when these people, you know, like are unemployed, and which by the way, these are people that are going to be, once their job is taken by AI, they're going to be unemployed for pretty much the rest of their life, man. Because if you think about it, they're never going to be able to learn another career and another job quicker than
No.
AI will be able to learn that job or that career. So it's going to be,
they won't have the capital. But let me ask you a question. Do you think that like AI has the potential to replace us or disobey us?
that's a really interesting, I mean, the ethics of it, whether I don't know. I don't know. I've heard interesting conversations go either way on this. The guy that was like the big whistleblower for, I forget what his name was. He was on the Ezra Klein show talking about this, how like, you know, he's a nihilist on AI, how these guys, these things are just going to program themselves and not have to worry about us, and not have to worry about us in the guise of like, we're just going to be ants to them. You know, I don't know.
So then at one point, does it like decide that we're expendable?
Yeah, exactly. In order to like save humans, you know, they might have to exterminate some humans, kind of idea, like where it's just like, whoa, you know, I don't know. But you know, there's always the, why don't you just program in a kill switch or something? You know, I don't know how that's gonna enact. I don't know it well enough in order to make an informed decision about it.
Well, I think humans need to unite against it.
I think that we have to create some way that we actually own the profits that are made by AI, because the AI is learning from and by all of human existence, and it's using us for its learning database, and then now it's using everything that we've done, and it's taking it and then now using it against us. So like we have to have some way of like creating I mean, a UBI is an interesting thing, but it's like, again, let's say, okay, so we do UBI, but you know, $1,000 a month isn't going to be able to take like, you just, now your entire career, your entire industry got taken away. Here's $1,000 a month. Like, you know what I mean? That's not going to be enough. You know, we're going to need it to be like $10,000 a month per person kind of thing. It's going to be like a lot of money, man.
So you're suggesting like we need to weaponize AI against itself? Maybe.
No, I think that like the idea that these companies need to be regulated, and the amount of profits that they're able to make from it has to be some kickback program, or like something where we actually like accrue some type of monthly payment from it to fund the UBI. That's what I would think.
But does it have any ecological harm, AI?
Right now, because of the data centers and stuff, they are like a net negative, I would say. But you know, maybe the AIs can create some more efficient way or solution that we haven't thought about, and it could be a net positive. But I mean, the problem is that the same time that electricity costs are going up everywhere in the country because of these data centers, we just took out $400 billion of credits that the Biden administration passed for the infrastructure of these renewable and sustainable energy programs. So there should have been solar and wind farms going into all of these places, and then now all of them got taken out and they got canceled because of Trump. And then now all these places are super energy, it's an energy drought. And now they're going like, oh, well, I guess we're just going to have to increase our energy costs. And well, now we're screwed. Now we're screwed because we don't have $400 billion of sustainable and energy, renewable energy credits that we should have had. But all that money went to Bezos and Elon. So
what about the rest of the world besides America? How do you think AI is going to affect them? The third world, second world countries.
I don't know, man. That's a really good question. I don't know. I would think that like China is going huge into it. China is like massively building bigger data and bigger like wind and solar arrays than we can even fathom, man. Like it's unbelievable.
Do you think China might become the next world superpower?
For sure, like 100%. Like
Think so?
Oh yeah. I mean, the amount of energy that they're producing, and they're just putting all their money into this stuff. And they don't, bro. I mean, they're not debating like stupid shit like vaccines right now. They're just like investing all of this
You're just progressing.
Yeah, yeah. So it's incredibly frustrating that like America first people are literally like killing all of our ability in order to compete with them. And I'm telling you, like how we compete with China is not to go to where China was 30 years ago. It's to go where China needs to be in 30 years, and using like quantum computing and figuring out how we can utilize AI the best in order to compete with them, not try to go back to the 80s.
We can never properly focus on that if the country's polarized. In my opinion.
I mean, we've always been polarized. I don't think that. I don't
Never
think
this bad.
No,
Never
I mean
this
we
bad.
we literally fought a civil war, so definitely this bad before. So
But like the Civil War was one side versus another side. Right now we have 15 to 20 different groups in the country that hate each other.
What do you mean? What are the 15 sectarian groups that are
Everyone's
fighting?
pinned against each other. You have men versus women, blacks versus whites, Latinos versus whites, Democrats, Republicans, gays versus straights. Everyone's pinned against each other, and everyone argues over everything. It's a fact.
No, I really see it's like the poor and working class versus the billionaires. Like genuinely, I feel like, and then Trump.
You don't
is
think
super,
we're arguing amongst ourselves, the poor working class?
the poor working class are. It's just because of the amount of misinformation that's being pushed, and because through these social media algorithms, man, they're pushing these conspiracies, they're pushing the division, they're pushing fake
On both
realities.
sides, though. Can you agree on both sides?
The social media programs are
Fox
pushing
and
it on
CNN.
everyone, but it's not nearly as bad on the left. I mean, the Republican Party is living in a fictional world, man, for sure.
And you think there is no aspects of the Democratic Party that are in a fictional world?
Not nearly as bad. No, not even close.
Even stance on gender,
Yeah,
reassignment
trans
surgeries for
issues is actually a
kids.
really good example. Like during the election, like there was a poll on, because all Republicans saw in their news feed was all about trans issues. They asked, how many people do you think that there are trans in the United States? And the Republicans said that there's like 20% of people are trans. So it's like they're completely out of lunch, bro. It's like
No,
it's
I'm not
insanity.
talking about that is just uneducation. I'm talking about bringing gender ideology into elementary schools
No,
in some
that's not
states.
happening. No, that's just a conspiracy that you've fallen into, dude.
If it is, then I apologize.
That's okay. I mean, it's pushed a lot. I mean, it's wild, man. I mean, so it's just crazy.
But
I
I
have
still
four, I
think
have 4 kids, man. I have 4 kids. Like Pride, when Pride Month is like everyone is equal and loves each other. It's like it's really not like what they're calling what it is, man.
But I will say, as a young male in the country, I can't really I don't feel like either political organization cares about the common man.
Do you mean like
I feel like no
males?
matter what party I vote for in my life, well, I won't become any less poor, and my life will not change. They're both lobbied by the Israeli government, and do you agree with that?
Dude, I don't think that Israel's having a big impact on our government. No, it's
You
billionaires,
don't?
man. No, it's definitely the billionaires, man. It's the
Then
poor and working
why are we
class
giving
versus
them so much
billionaires.
money?
We're not giving them that much money.
We're
We
giving them a lot of money. We've pretty much built their military from the ground up.
No, they're only getting like 8% of like their military funding from the United States. Bro, we just gave $40 billion to Argentina just out of nowhere. Like, what are you talking about? Like, we don't. It's wild. Like Elon Musk
For resources.
Well, exactly. And Elon Musk just made like $200 billion last year. Like what? Like what? We're giving a couple billions to Israel, but it's not like, it's not that.
But you don't. But who are the billionaires that are
It's not Jewish
lobbying?
people. It's not Jewish people.
It is the Israeli lobby. They're all Jews.
No, it's not. Yeah, this is the Zionist occupied government stuff. Yeah, it's not true.
I think it is true. I think the facts are undeniable.
No, it's not, dude. It's
why does every president kiss the wall?
It's another.
Why does every president kiss the wall?
Bro, it's another conspiracy that you brought into, bro. I'm telling you.
Okay, but then answer the one question: why is every president worn the kippah and kiss the wall upon their inauguration?
I don't know. Why did Trump bow to the North Korean generals? I don't know.
So he wouldn't because he was in a foreign hostile country. So it's the safe thing to do.
It's just something. I mean, no,
that's the safe thing to do.
No, I mean, other presidents definitely didn't bow to foreign.
What other presidents have met up with Kim Jong Un that are not foreign adversaries?
That's a good reason. Maybe we don't bow to them. Maybe we don't bow to them when we see them. We see them as an equal. That's kind of like weird. But yeah, dude, Israel's not like running our government, bro.
On the contrary, I think they are.
It's definitely not, dude. It's just it's really billionaires just have that much power, bro. And they're parasites. They're parasites, and they're siphoning off, hundreds of billions of dollars. It's wild.
So you think the Israeli lobby is not a thing?
It exists, but it's not like the main.
You don't think it holds
thing.
Power?
It's not the main thing that's impacting our politics, for sure not. No.
Well, I think we fundamentally disagree on that, my brother.
Okay.
But that's not a problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely just billionaires, dude. I mean, it's just billionaires have that much power.
I agree with you. Billionaires, the corporate greed has gone too far here.
Yeah.
But can I ask you your opinion on, just as a leftist, what's your opinion on the assassination of Charlie?
I mean,
Kirk?
I talk about politics online, so it's not like something that I think it's a good idea. I think democracy, it needs to have intelligent discontent is the mainspring of civilization. Without agitation, there is only stagnation. So Eugene Debs quote. And you can't have people like killing each other over disagreements, but at the same time, I mean, he has espoused like awful things that were repugnant, and he literally talked about how awesome the Second Amendment was and how awesome it was that some people died sometimes because that meant that we had the right in order to have guns. So it's like he lived by the sword, died by the sword kind of thing, which is sad. I mean, I think that in terms of who actually pushes political violence, it's like not even close. Like the Republicans at the same time, not a single elected Democrat cheered or said that it was a good thing that he died, and yet dozens, including the president of the United States, cheered on civil war. So I'm not surprised that you were talking about that we're going to be in a civil war soon, because every single, I mean, not every single, but dozens of Republican lawmakers literally said that. So it's that's political violence too, bro. That is political violence.
A lot of what he said was taken out of context, but you didn't answer the question. Do you condemn the murder or no?
Yeah, of course, bro. What I mean, what?
Okay. Well, because a lot of leftists have a lot of outlandish things to say about him.
I mean, dude, I've like as a scientist, I've had like QAnon harass me. I've had like people come after me. I have my full name out there. Like, I don't want people like coming after me and harassing my family and doing that to it's yeah, I don't want that to happen to me. So it's like I wouldn't want that to happen to someone else.
Yeah.
But what do you think about the people that died, like that were assassinated in Minnesota?
Are you referring to George Floyd?
No, the two Democratic lawmakers that were assassinated in Minnesota.
I'm not aware of that. When was this?
It was like 2 months beforehand. So it's like
before this. What's the story?
They killed two Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota and their dog.
No, but who killed them and how did they die?
I thought it was like by gun, like assassinations.
Oh, they were shot straight up by like Republican radicalists. Interesting. Well, political violence is always a bad thing on both sides.
I mean, do you think that what Trump is doing right now is political violence with the ICE raids?
I think it could. If one were to argue that it is political violence, I would hear them out.
Yeah, I would say it is, definitely. I mean, he's arresting civilians, man. They're not even trying to differentiate legal versus illegal immigrants. They're just throwing people in lockup, and then they're trying to see what happens afterwards, with masks on, with unidentified cars.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad stuff happening with that. He is going about that all wrong.
Yeah, and so it's a lot of political violence that's pushed, and the Civil War calls are all coming from the right, man. I mean, like,
I don't think they're all coming from the right, to be fair. I think Charlie Kirk's assassination was a big slap in the face from the left.
No, it's from the Groypers, bro. It was an internal war that you guys were having.
It was either the Jews or some leftist.
It was the Groypers, bro. They were having another spat at the same time
within the Republican Party.
Yeah, he was a Groyper.
That's what you think it was.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's like another issue I have with the Democratic Party. I feel like everything that the media tells you you guys to believe, you're so quick to believe, almost as if like you have you don't question anything.
Dude, I mean, the first 30 minutes after he died, there's literally clips of Fox News, and they're like literally saying, "This is the violent left. This is the radical left that did all this," and it's like they within the 30
we've established
minutes.
We've established these big media firms are spew bullshit. I don't take what Fox News or CNN has to say for like any type of value. Overall, though, you cannot deny the fact that it was most likely a radical leftist that murdered him. Who else would have disagreed with his ideology to that extent?
The Groypers, dude. Because
why would they?
Because they're white Christian nationalists, and Charlie Kirk was kind of like a mainstream.
He was a white Christian nationalist.
No, dude.
He was a white Christian who was proud of his nation and loved his nation.
Yeah, I mean, check out. Do you know who Nick Fuentes is?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So check it out. I mean, there's tons of videos like talk. I mean,
you think he's a white? You think he's a white nationalist, Nick Fuentes?
Yeah, he's a white Christian nationalist. Yeah, he was literally on Tucker Carlson saying that we needed a white ethno-state.
But the difference between him and Charlie Kirk is he's a radical nationalist.
Exactly.
Charlie Kirk gave the left. He would give the left a branch. He would give the left a platform to come and debate him, counter him.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
One man, he was murdered. That's a big slap in the face.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is that Nick Fuentes was a radical, and Charlie Kirk was more like center. Like he was.
But fundamentally, people like Nick Fuentes and Charlie Kirk agree on most things.
Yeah, but the thing is that the Nick Fuentes, the Groypers, people like Charlie Kirk are the reason why Trump is being ruined. That's the whole point, is that like he's not doing the things that he said that he was going to do because of people like Charlie Kirk, and he's
But
stopping their movement from
they are.
happening.
Don't get it twisted. The Groypers and Nick Fuentes are nowhere near pro-Trump. They have
Exactly. No, that's my point. Yeah, because they want Trump to be more radical, and the people that are stopping him are people like Charlie Kirk. Exactly.
Yeah, so why is it that? But that does not prove that they were responsible for his murder. Fundamentally, they agreed with him. They had no reason to kill him. He was still making tremendous strides for the Republican Party as a whole, which is their overall agenda.
But in the wrong direction.
Any direction is the right direction if people are being recruited into the agenda and the party.
No, dude, they had a literal war. This was the second Groyper War. Like they made videos, man, from Groypers, like propaganda videos where they're trying to recruit people in order to infiltrate the Talking Points USA and all that kind of stuff. They're all about it.
I don't understand how that makes sense.
Okay.
Why would one group within the Republican Party want to kill the Republican Party's overall biggest representative to the youth? It doesn't make any sense. It's
because they wanted Nick Fuentes to be that person, and guess what's happened since
Charlie Kirk? Nick Fuentes doesn't have the character to be that person.
But he is. But don't you see that ever since Charlie Kirk has died, like guess who is in like getting the Tucker Carlson interviews? Who's getting the New York Times pieces about them? It's like Nick Fuentes is literally like the new guy, the new cultural person in the Republican
if
Party.
Anything, after Charlie Kirk's assassination, people are more radical than they've ever been before.
Exactly, and Nick Fuentes is taking off. Exactly, it literally was successful. It was literally successful. That's what they were trying to do.
That's why Democrats are scrambling.
No, Democrats aren't scrambling.
Scrutinizing Trump instead of bringing actual substance and policy.
No,
that's why like most Democrats I see, they would rather belittle Trump than actually debate their own policy.
There's a lot of like self-hating and self-flagellation about like Democratic policies and all that kind of stuff. Like there's too much self-hate on the Democratic side, if anything. The Republicans are basically having, and especially since that Republican staffer group texts that are basically where these guys are, slinging Yahtzee terms at one another for all the time, and then JD Vance is like, oh, these are just some kids having fun, like 40-year-old kids that are just like apparently like having fun or whatever. But it's like, okay, a little cringe. But I mean, basically the entire Republican side right now is having an argument about how much do we let these extreme right white Christian nationalists into our fold. Because JD Vance is actually kind of like, he indulges into that himself. Like he's actually given speeches at the white Christian nationalist like movement thing like every year. He's like a huge part of it, and it's really weird, dude. It's really fucking weird.
What is wrong with being a white Christian nationalist?
Because they want an ethno state. That's why.
That's not true.
They do. What Fuentes literally wants an ethno state. Yes, that's literally what it is.
Nick Fuentes has never stated that he wants an ethno state.
Bro, what? Yes, it's a white Christian ethno state. That is literally what he's talking about with Tucker Carlson. What?
Can you prove that?
Fuentes white. I don't know if I can find the clip right now.
Because I would consider myself a white Christian nationalist. And I definitely do not want a white ethno state. I'm just proud to be American and Christian.
Yeah, that's the difference, dude. That's the difference. You're not a Groyper. Whoops, sorry. You're not a Groyper, but he's... I don't know if this is going to be it. This is like the PBS NewsHour
I
compilation.
mean, I can go look for it myself if you need.
So low. What happened? Oh, here it is.
After the think tank's
boy.
president, Kevin Roberts, defended Tucker Carlson's interview with a far-right anti-Semitic activist. This infighting has laid bare a growing schism within conservative circles over how to address anti-Semitism. William Brangham reports.
Nick Fuentes, thank you for doing this.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
I wanted to meet you.
The interview, which lasted over 2 hours, was posted late last month and has been seen over 20 million times. The conservative commentator Tucker Carlson interviewing Nick Fuentes, the 27-year-old hard-right influencer with millions of followers known as Groypers. Fuentes is known for his open racism.
White people have a special heritage here as Americans.
I mean, he like literally talks about, but he's literally making blood and soil blood and soil.
White, verbatim, white people have a special heritage here.
Yeah, exactly. It's a blood and soil argument. Do you know what? Do you know what blood and soil refers to?
Jesus, what?
Blood and soil is that like they have that white people and white people alone have that. And it's in their blood that they deserve, and they have that ownership of the land of the, of that spot. So it's like, so therefore
that's in no other race's blood. Muslims aren't.
Yeah, exactly. So
infected
that's
by
what
that.
That's what the one drop rule comes from. They don't want a single drop of anyone other than like the white, white Christian nationalists in order to. Yeah, that's what that's from.
I mean.
Let's see if there's more.
I think being proud of, admitting that you have a heritage in this country is not a problem. Necessarily. White people definitely have a prominent heritage in this country.
Okay, that's fine. I get this weird. I wouldn't agree with it, but okay.
You would not agree that we have a heritage in this country?
Not to the point that you could have like an ethno state and drive people out of it. Like that's where you're like, that's.
But like, what would the country have been without colonization? What would this nation have become? I'm just reading the comments as I'm talking to you here.
What would it be? I mean, I don't know. I mean, there was like
how are we gonna use that? Like,
there's like 80 million people that were living here, dude. I don't know. I mean, what do you mean that they already
80 million people living here before colonizers showed up?
Yeah.
That number is not that high.
It's at least 50. It's like 50 to 100 between Mexico and all the way up. Yeah.
Well, even if the number was 50 million, the land was nothing. There was no society, no civilization, other than small tribal civilizations.
Can you link the source? I mean,
can I link the source?
No, Allie has said that she has the thing. I can't find the link right now. I mean, I want like just the thing, not the PBS NewsHour stuff.
It was small tribal civilizations. It wasn't anything compared to what we have today. I think what we have today is a marvel in comparison.
Bro, I mean, that's like that. Okay, so that's not your decision to make, one, and two, there was like huge like civilizations that were here. I mean, that they literally were here, and like what? You know what I mean? Like some of the biggest pyramids in the world are in Mexico. Like, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the United States of America. I'm not talking about the Mayan temples.
But you're saying that there was no civilizations, no existence like civilizations.
But it was tribal civilizations. It was not a large-scale civilization like what we have today. What we have today is a lot better.
Yeah, 250 years afterwards.
Yeah, but how are you gonna deny that white people have heritage in this country just because we were not the first ones here?
Dude, it's the white only ethno state that we're talking about. That is.
But there's also an Islam ethno state there's the same agenda under Islamic
and they're all
under
cringe.
Islam.
They're all cringe. I don't think they're and there's Muslim ethno states too, and that's ridiculous. I don't agree with that one either. I don't agree with them either.
But I don't think it should be a white ethno state. I think white people should.
But Fuentes does. You don't think that it is, but I'm saying that Fuentes does. That's the whole point. Fuentes wants a white ethno state. He's literally talking about a blood and soil argument in this clip, and Charlie Kirk didn't want a white ethno state, and that's the whole point. That is the division, and that is the problem. That is the schism in the Republican Party right now. And the fact that Tucker brought him in and talked about he's like literally platforming this guy on the back of Charlie Kirk just dying, which is wild. Like he's literally like really tied to this. I mean, do you know about the Groyper Wars? Do you know about that? I can get that up more easily, I think.
I mean, if you could educate me more, I'd love to. I'd love to know more.
I mean, I can bring that up. There's literally the quote. I mean, I've seen the quote. He's like,
And how about the Jewish ethno state?
I don't agree with that either. I mean, I think that it's weird too. I don't agree with the Islamic ethno states. I don't agree with those either.
So
nothing will stand in our way. I will finish what you started.
What are the Groyper Wars Part 2? The Groyper Wars Part 2 is a new phase in the ongoing battle within the America First
This is a year ago.
It's led by Nicholas J. Fuentes and his followers known as Groypers,
Index
who are
War.
pushing back against what they see as a betrayal of the movement's original values.
I told you last night, and prepare yourself, we're going to have to be the villain. I am going to have to be the villain, and you're going to have to be okay with that. You're going to have to suck it up and deal with it. We may be disavowed. We may be disavowed. All the way at the top or down below. We will be attacked. We will be called plants, Democrats. We will be disavowed, but that is what we have to do. That's the only way to change things. Things have gone on this way for too long. Prepare yourself. We're going to have to be the villain. I am going to have to be the villain.
The first Groyper Wars, which started in 2019, were about challenging mainstream conservative voices that were drifting away from true America First principles. Now in the second wave, the focus is on holding the Trump campaign accountable and demanding a return to the energy and vision that propelled him to victory in 2016.
Yeah, and then
Polarization is commencing.
they had like a bunch of like they had a bunch of clips. I've seen the original ones. This is like a weird thing for YouTube.
here today.
This is like maybe a new declaration of war. Here we go. This is the clip that I was talking
Every
about.
hall of power. I am declaring a new Groyper War against the Trump campaign until we can figure out what the hell is going on.
Wow.
I'm declaring a new Groyper War. You have alienated us. You have ignored us. You don't listen to our concerns. We have been left behind. The Trump movement and the GOP have moved on without us. It serves Israel and corporations and immigrants, but it doesn't serve Native Americans. What about Native Americans? Every decision on trade, on made to Americans. What about young white men and others too? But what about us? We must protect products. Republicans quick. Fight for you.
I just want the Nick Fuentes parts. I don't know. Anyway.
Trump's team are not. not really with him and they're not really America first. It's just a question of whether they want to get on board or get out of the way. That's the question. But we will bring, the Groypers will bring the energy. Memes, edits, replies, trolls.
Yeah, I mean, the ominous stuff aside, I mean, it's pretty, I mean, he's literally trying to, like, he started a civil war within the Republican Party to try to attack the people because he felt like Trump betrayed him. And
I don't like that. I'm not a fan of Nick Fuentes.
Yeah. But it's kind of, you're talking about the same kind of stuff that he's talking about too. That's the, I mean,
I know,
I'm happy that
because
I'm happy that you're not.
It gets generalized into the same same politics.
Well, I'm happy that you're standing up against that then. I mean, but he's, but I guess I don't know why I can't find the clips of the thing. I guess we could.
Misogyny, like when he wrote "Your Body, My Choice" after the 2024 election.
The whole political system is just based around women never being accountable for any of their choices.
And his overt anti-Semitism, ranging from Holocaust denial to his belief in a global Jewish conspiracy.
A big challenge to that is organized Jewry in America. I don't think
the interview with Carlson drew quick, sharp condemnation from many in the conservative movement. Ben Shapiro.
Okay. Yeah, Ben Shapiro is obviously fighting back about it. But yeah,
but Ben Shapiro is not America first. He is fully explicitly stated that his priorities lie with Israel.
Okay.
You can get that. You can look that up.
Yeah, I mean,
get the clip.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely in support of the state of Israel. I mean, for sure.
Of people tune into his live streams. He has millions of followers online, and I think Carlson.
I was trying to find clips of it. I guess they don't have any more clips of Fuentes specifically from that thing. But yeah, I mean, he's definitely pro. Yeah, this is actually one of the problems, guys, of like canceling someone or editing them off the internet because they're too heinous. Is that you like it's hard to find their clips later if you're trying to talk to someone about how awful they are, and it's kind of embarrassing, man. You can't find any clips from the guy, but they all get pulled because he's canceled on everything.
No, for good reason. It was nice talking to you, man. I'm gonna go to bed now, but you gave me some good insight.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, good talking to you too, man. Have a good one.
Listen, keep being centered, keep being a patient leftist.
Okay, thanks, bro. I appreciate it. You too, man. Have a good one.
Bye.
All right, guys. I gotta go. Sorry, Rigel. It's freaking 1:30 in the morning. I didn't realize that it was gonna last that long. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys on I'm just gonna do shout outs real quick. Thank you guys so much for everything. I appreciate you. Top gifters of the night. Allie, thank you so much. Kathleen, HC Callie, still here. How's it going? Thank you, Julie. Marlis, Julie, Helen, Maria, thank you guys so much. Thank you to the top gifters. The top likers. Cher, Helen, Emby, Human, Lori, Nicole, Allie again, and Alice, hello. All the Patreons, thank you so much. Mrs. Dr. G, Ado, Call Me Ness. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. Can you guys do me just a quick favor? Just touch the little heart thing here. Get your hearts today. Appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. Oh, you're good. You're good. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. That was a good show. Got a lot of good actions. Got a lot of good stuff going on. 410 guys. We're going to hit 500 pretty soon here, which is pretty cool. Vaccines, 1,084. Pretty cool. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for tuning in. Good show. Fun show. We'll do it all again tomorrow. Oh, guys. Special time tomorrow. I'm actually going to be showing up on my friend's show. I'm going to be add my Emma, yeah, for sure. 1085. Let's give a vaccine shout out for Emma, guys. In 3, 2, 1. You're awesome, Emma. Good job, Emma. 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Pacific time, okay? 6 o'clock. So we're doing 3 hours early, guys. My old friends in time. Back in the day when I hosted my show, The Peer Review, which was really just a YouTube channel where I interviewed conservatives and stuff like that. Never had like a live show like this. I did a couple times, but it was more like I used the show to record YouTube content. I wasn't ever actually, oh, Mama Long, you're awesome. 1087. Let's give it for Mama Long. 3, 2, 1. Good job, Mama Long. 714, are you from Orange County? Let's go. Oh, no, Amos, you got 3 vaccines today? Did you get 3? Okay, yeah, saw that Night Flyer. Thank you. Okay, oh, okay, we got that. Okay. 6 o'clock, guys. 3 hours earlier than I normally would be doing my stream. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow on a YouTube show in time. It's like an independent news show. It's going to be fun. So I'll be a little earlier than normal tomorrow. And so check that out. It should be fun. And then, yeah, we'll do it a little earlier tomorrow. See how that goes. I'm gonna be streaming here. So 6 o'clock. So 3 hours earlier than this. I'm gonna still stream it on YouTube. I'm gonna stream it on here and YouTube. You're all gonna be good. But they're a YouTube only show, and so yeah, I'll be doing that, and it's an independent news organization. Mom got 3 today. I got 2 more a day ago. Oh my gosh, 5. No, Amos, you're amazing. 92, 1092. All right, in 3, 2, 1. $10.92. Let's go. All right, guys. It's cool. So 3 hours earlier tomorrow. Should be fun. It's a YouTube show. Should be good. Yeah, stay cool. Stay awesome. I appreciate you guys. Good stream today. It was fun conversations. I appreciate it. You know, it was a good time. Allie, thank you. Thank you. Mew too. Yeah, guys. Have a good one, all right? A little exhausting show. Yeah, 4.5 hours, guys. That was a long one. That was a long show. It's at 1:30 in the morning. Damn. Good thing today we don't have the kids going to school. The people. I know, there was some... Dude, that abortion debate, bro. Oh, my God. That abortion debate, bro. That was awful. But anyway, sorry. We're out of here. Thank you, Nightflyer. Yeah. Love this part. See you guys tomorrow. See ya. Come on. No. Oh, I can't do it. Whatever. Raise the roof. See you guys. Have a good one. Peace. Bye. See you, YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. Have a good one. I appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in. I'll see you tomorrow, 6 o'clock.